Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Nkosi Nelson.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gautier. Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia. Francesca Romans.
It is 6:18 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Tonight for our pledges, Dr. Gearing will be leading us in the pledges tonight. I know.
Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Next is the citizens' comments portion of our agenda. Before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we'll watch a short introductory video.
Hello, my name is Alexis Anderson. I'm a junior at Bridge High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you've read the guidelines specified in the board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat later. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus on your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please, conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Speaker number 1.
My name is Adeline Martin, and I am an incoming 7th grader at CRMS. I had a great experience at Steiner Ranch Elementary, and I wouldn't be the person I am today without it. One highlight of my experience was being in Destination Imagination. One thing we do in DI and the SRE Quest class is something called an instant challenge. In this challenge, you are given a finite amount of time and resources to solve a given problem. But the most important part of an instant challenge is making sure you prioritize the most important points while you find a solution. And your challenge, an unbelievably talented, hardworking, and caring staff, the student experience, and a community that creates a sense of belonging are the most important points. I understand that the board is faced with a difficult problem, and right now, closing our schools seems like the best solution to you. But with the same creative thinking you use in an instant challenge, I believe you guys can come up with a better solution that prioritizes the most important points. Thank you. Thank you.
Speaker number 2.
Hi, my name is Charlotte Martin, and I am a 5th grader at Steiner Ranch Elementary. I have gone to Steiner since I was 5 years old, and both of my siblings went there before me. Something Steiner is particularly great at is teaching lots of great problem-solving skills. I think that if any of the board members went to Steiner, they would understand that closing Steiner or any other schools should be a last priority resort. There are so many other ways to save money, and I think if we get together as a community, we can come up with a creative solution. Taking away a child's school is like a landlord taking away your dream home, and they're only going to give you 1 minute to tell them why they shouldn't take away your home. I hope you will reconsider closing Steiner or any other schools, and I hope I can go back and visit my teachers and administrators for many years to come. Thank you for your time.
Speaker 3 did not check in, so we'll move to Speaker 4.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Goldman. I've been a resident of Steiner Ranch since 2011. Both of my daughters attended Steiner Ranch Elementary, and I'm here to ask you not to close the school. Home values and socioeconomic status in Steiner Ranch tend to rise the farther you go back into the neighborhood. Because SRE is at the front of the neighborhood, the school serves more disadvantaged students than the other schools in the neighborhood. In particular, the children that live in the handful of apartment complexes that are closer to 620, those students attend Steiner Ranch Elementary. These children and their families will be unjustly burdened by having to get up earlier to catch a bus instead of simply walking or biking to school. Forcing these families who might already be facing other barriers to travel into the neighborhood, the opposite direction of where they go to work, will reduce parent-teacher engagement and attendance at school events. Most importantly, the outstanding leadership at SRE have an established track record of delivering exceptional outcomes for these disadvantaged students in particular at this school. To close SRE, knowing this school has consistently created pathways to opportunities for these underserved students would be shameful, and it would undermine the pillars of LISD's strategic framework, including equitable access, safe and innovative learning environments, and impactful family engagement. Thank you.
Speaker number 5.
Good evening. The facts don't add up. Capacity calculations are being used to justify closures, but when a school's capacity increases 32% overnight, on paper only, we need to ask critical questions, especially when schools with more square footage get a lower capacity than a school with less square footage. Here are some facts. Older schools were built at a time when we didn't know about educational innovation that we know about now. We use space as classrooms right now as space that newer schools have built into them. So pull-out, special ed, dyslexia, dysgraphia, and reading specialist. Cypress' new number is 860, yet Whitestone, with the same layout, already has 8 portables with 16 classrooms. In 2003, Cypress had its highest enrollment at 890 students and 12 portables. Nauman had 14 portables from 2006 to 2016. We cannot combine these schools. Hard-working students, sorry, the numbers don't reconcile. The bottom line is we need to learn from our mistakes. Reed Elementary sat empty for 3 years. We can't let that happen again. We cannot continue to build based on demographics that we are not sure about and continue to put ourselves into a deficit. If we had not built that and spent money every year on that, we would not be in this situation.
Speaker number 6.
Good evening. We appreciate the value to evaluate data carefully. Our concern isn't with the tools themselves, but with the quality of the data and how these tools are being applied. We're letting spreadsheets replace what used to be careful deliberation. The capacity matrix drives which schools may be closed and repurposed. The district strategy appears to focus on matching possible schools and that school's space to a list of district needs. A major concern is that some of these needs look more like wants, especially in a budget crisis. Relocating existing programs to more central locations would be ideal, but should we displace entire school communities for convenience when those programs already have homes? We must distinguish between what's essential and what's just preferable. Equity is a moral commitment in giving every student what they need to succeed. That includes space for support services such as dyslexia intervention, speech therapy, and reading pullouts. New schools are built with this in mind. Older schools like Cypress weren't, but the current metrics treat them exactly the same. They overlook the need for flexible spaces to cater to children with complex needs. That's not equity, and it's not responsible planning. If we say equity matters, we can't just count classrooms. We have to count what's inside them. Just as importantly, how are high risk and low socioeconomic status being used to evaluate school closures and growth? Are we using the language of equity to justify closures without ensuring access for the students who need it most? Slow down and do it right.
Speaker number 7.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. I'm a community member of Steiner Ranch and a resident of Steiner Ranch, and I'm here to ask you to delay closing any schools in Steiner, in the Steiner 4 Points area for a year. I got 3 reasons for that. Number one is we've seen an increase of enrollment over the last few years from enrollment was low coming out of COVID, and then it's started to come back up, and that could continue to go that way. And if we close the schools and then we're like over enrolled in other schools going forward, that'd be another problem that we'd have to kind of like rewind. Number 2, if enrollment doesn't come back up in Steiner and you close the school, it's still going to be a problem because what I'm told is when schools close, some of the kids will go with the other public schools, but some of the other kids will decide to go to private school also. So it could exacerbate the problem where the overall net enrollment for the public schools in Steiner could go down because of this. And third, this feels a little bit rushed on the to close Steiner because the campus was just remodeled a few years ago. We spent our tax dollars in putting new paint, new HVAC, new carpet, new lights in the building. And then if we close that, it seems like it's, we're closing the new school. I know it was built before other schools, but it's not really the old school. I think it's the new school.
Speaker number 8 did not check in, so we'll go to speaker number 9.
Hello, how's it going? Okay, my name's Chris Dash and I work at Cypress. I want to take this time to urge you again to not close our school. Our community has rallied around each other with this decision facing us, and the Save Cypress movement is real. We have a lot of amazing parents fighting for our school and kids that desperately want to continue to go there. I also want to advocate for the positions that would get turned into half-time, potentially under the new proposed staffing guidelines. This idea put into practice would be detrimental to students, and great educators would end up being sidelined. There have to be better ways to cut money that don't involve closing a school or cutting the jobs of people who positively and directly impact students' lives each day. Cypress is a school that should be celebrated, and it shouldn't be on the chopping block. That went a lot faster than I thought. I got 45 seconds left. Cypress rocks, man. We love it. It's great for the community. I love my school, man. Want it to stay open. That's it.
Speaker number 10 did not check in, so we'll go to speaker number 11.
Howdy, my name is Bob Riley from Steiner Ranch, and I actually wanted to address Bruce directly and share how disappointed I am, Bruce, that we're here talking about closing Steiner Ranch Elementary, because I was at Vandergrift High School a few years ago prior to the bond vote, where we had your promise and your assurance that if we voted in favor of the bond, that you would not close Steiner Ranch. So here we are just a few years later, and you're going against things that you told the community. The bond would not have passed had you not made that promise to the community, and I would ask that you honor your commitment to us. Thank you.
Speaker number 12. Number 12? Sorry.
Hi, my name is Edward Gooch. I was Speaker 43 at the June 19th meeting. At that meeting, I posed some questions to district planners that need to be answered before option 1 can be considered in earnest. If you could let me know where those answers have been posted and where to find them, it would be greatly appreciated. I would also like to add the question to district planners about long-term plans for the large field attached to Cypress along Dagama Drive. Are there plans to build something on that site anytime in the future? My neighbors and I currently enjoy having a large green area and the views of Central Texas landscape that it would provide, and we do not want a building or a lot taking it up. My questions that I have posed are important, and they need answers. They need answers for everyone that's asked the question here before we can rush to a decision just as soon as school settles in. A responsible governing body does not move forward plans without details. Like we've all told our children when they've approached us with suspiciously vague requests, I need to know what I'm saying yes to. I planned for a minute, so hence the fast talking. I'll just throw in there, please hire Justin Gomez as principal immediately. I feel like when we voted for the bond, we were sold on books and buses, and now we're getting a bill of lading that says sirens and seminars, and it's just eroding our trust. My speaking on option 1 is not tacit support for 2 or 3. I think they're all bad options, and we all need to go back to the drawing board. Thank you very much, and look forward to the new school year.
Speaker number 13.
Good evening. I am a parent to 2 children at Steiner Ranch Elementary. And back in January of 2021, something unusual had happened in Steiner. There wasn't a single home for sale. That's how tightly people held onto this community. Families weren't just moving here, they were staying. We're proud to call this place home, and one of the biggest reasons was the strength of our schools, especially from Steiner Ranch Elementary. Today we hit 80 homes for sale, the highest number since June of 2018. As a parent, I can't help but that shift and wonder what's changed. Our school is at risk, and for families like mine, that risk feels deeply personal. When my children walk into each school each morning, they're not just going to school, they're walking into a place that they feel safe, supported, and deeply rooted. The teachers know our kids by name, the parents know each other. It's a neighborhood school in the truest sense of that matters. As a daughter who's entering kinder, everybody at the school already knows who she is. She already feels comfortable, and because of that, neighborhood school. Families don't move into Steiner Ranch for the convenience or by accident. They move here for the schools like we did. Closing this school sends a ripple effect. Fewer families will want to move here, and more will start looking elsewhere. I know how hard the decisions are being made, but I ask you, don't make this one at the expense of our children's education and well-being and safety. Let's fight for our community and keep the school open. Thank you.
Speaker number 14.
I'm not going to touch the microphone this time. 2 years ago, the functional capacity for Steiner Ranch Elementary was recorded as 674 students. Now, we are told that the capacity is 879. Given that the building itself has not changed, these figures show by your own data that we are operating at 62% of our functional capacity and above repurposing threshold. Portables shouldn't be a part of your calculations. The manipulation of these numbers is not only misleading, it's harmful to our students. It appears that the data is being adjusted to fit a narrative that serves a predetermined agenda, rather than reflecting the true needs of the community. Also, the lack of a clear and well-defined purpose for SRE only deepens a suspicion that this is a hastily constructed plan designed more to give the appearance of action than to address any real issue. There is no pressing need for a pre-K hub in the southern part of the district. Ample space exists at the students' home campuses to accommodate everyone's needs. We urge you to reconsider this approach and work with us truly transparently and in a collaborative manner for the benefit of our students and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Speaker number 15 didn't sign it, check in, so we'll go to speaker number 16.
Board of Trustees, as a parent in the Leander ISD with children who thrive in our local schools, I stand before you today deeply troubled by the proposed closures, particularly in the Steiner Ranch community. These decisions feel premature, unjustified, and profoundly harmful to our families, especially as new construction projects forge ahead in other parts of the district. How can we uproot our children's stability while building new elsewhere? I implore you to remove school closures from every long-range planning path. Instead, actively engage with the communities you represent. Hold town halls, listen to our voices, and collaborate on community-driven alternatives before any talks of consolidation. Provide us with a full transparency through detailed line item cost analysis for all proposals, and commit to true equity by investing in our existing schools, not abandoning them in favor of distant priorities. Our neighborhood schools are the heartbeat of our communities, fostering connections and supporting our kids. You were elected to represent us, to hear our concerns, and to build solutions together. Our children deserve leadership that prioritizes engagement, accountability, and student-centered decisions. Please work with us to protect and strengthen what we've built. Our kids' futures depend on it. Thank you.
Speaker number 17.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Hayslip, and I have 2 kids at Steiner Ranch, and I'm here to ask for more transparency and not to close Steiner Ranch and all the other schools. We say we want our kids to grow into real, authentic people, honest, responsible, and courageous. But how can they do that when the example they see from the board is the opposite? When numbers are manipulated to fit a narrative, when transparency is replaced with silence, that teaches our children something too. It teaches them that agenda matters more than integrity, that hiding the truth is acceptable if you get what you want or advances an agenda and not the people's. Our kids deserve better. They deserve leaders who model the values we ask them to live by being real and authentic. It isn't just a lesson in the classroom. It's a lesson that starts right here with you. Let's be brave enough to show them what that looks like, because they are listening and watching. Thank you.
Speaker number 18.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hayslip. I've been a business owner here for 17 years, a Steiner resident for 12, and I have 2 kids who attend Steiner Ranch Elementary. This proposed closure isn't just short-sighted, it's disconnected from the facts on the ground. SRE is the only school in Steiner with 2 access points to 620. The other schools you're looking to rezone us to have a single-lane entrances and already struggle with traffic. We also serve 3 apartment complexes within a mile. Close the school and you're displacing the most walkable student population we have. And converting SRE into a pre-K center is a bad bet. The preschool across the street has gone out of business twice in the past 5 years. Local demand doesn't support it, and current providers aren't even 70% full. Now, I don't claim to know how a school board works, but I do know business. And rushed, reactive decisions like this, without real stakeholder input, are exactly what leads companies to fail. This is a mistake. Delay the vote, listen to the community. We're here, and we're not going anywhere.
Speaker number 19. 19.
Hello. I requested tax revenue data from the district in June. The Leander ISD legal team sent me some PDFs on Monday. I have not had enough time to carefully review them yet. I looked at them briefly. I'm not sure that I received the actual revenue breakdown by LISD attendance zone. Trying to see where the tax money is coming from, if the greater percentage of it is coming from different parts of the district. I began writing letters to the state authorities requesting an increase in the student allotment, but I think my trust in the school district has eroded some this summer, and unfortunately, I think a lot of families in the district are feeling that way, especially at the schools they're threatening to close. Newcomers in the north of Leander ISD do not deserve preferential treatment compared to existing communities, especially when you are using our tax revenue to build their new schools. That is just kind of messed up. I think I'm gonna run a calculation on your capacity numbers and trying to figure out how many portables it would take for each of the schools you want to close to reach your capacity numbers, because I think that's a valid concern. And I think that there should be some shame on your end for manipulating these numbers.
Speaker number, wait, that was 20, right? So it's 21? 20. Sorry, guys, it's been a day. I apologize. I'm back on track now. Speaker number 20.
Hello, I'm a Cypress parent, and I just wanted to talk to you guys about either delaying or removing from the vote pathways 1 through 3. There's just been way too many questions, and the fact that we are not really going to be on the agenda until 1 month before you guys actually make a decision on it is far too rushed. So I think that there's just been too many questions that have come up that need to get answered, and 1 month is not going to be enough time. For instance, the accuracy of the capacity data, as people have mentioned, Why is it that suddenly so many schools have identical, way higher capacity numbers than historically have ever happened? You're not taking into account anything. It's just a ratio of students to teachers and how many classrooms, but that's not actually counting what those classrooms are used for. The actual needs of the district. Could we combine some facilities and not be wasteful? The location of the new buildings. Whenever the presentation happened and I mentioned, hey, actually Nauman backs up to a major intersection with a huge shopping center, not Cypress, we are in the middle of a neighborhood. Mr. Trimble said, I hadn't thought about that. And also whenever I mentioned, you realize how far south our zoning is for Cypress, and that you would be creating another 10-minute drive. That would be a 20-minute drive for some people in our school to go to Nauman. And he said, I hadn't thought about that. So how many things had he not thought about before putting that presentation together for you guys? So there's far too many questions, and I would like it if we would delay talking about the vote. Thank you.
Speaker number 21. 21 now.
Hello, my name is Carrie Ohl. I'm a parent at Cypress Elementary. I'm also a licensed clinical social worker. I've worked as a school social worker in Austin and Chicago, in the best parts of town and the worst parts of town. And I've worked with so many families and staff that would literally do anything to attend or work at a school like Cypress. And the fact that we're here talking about possibly closing it down is eroding my trust in the district, to say the least. I also want to speak more about the 60% capacity rule. The 60% capacity threshold wasn't meant to be a closure trigger. It was actually presented by the Long Range Planning Committee as a guidance based on teacher feedback, specifically as a way to support the PLCs. In fact, this board just had a training session affirming the vital role of PLCs in ensuring instructional quality. But instead of being used as a conversation starter, the 60% is now being used as a conversation ender. And Cypress dropped below that threshold, not because of fewer kids, but because of the sudden change of how the capacity was calculated. Are we honoring the original intent of this metric and the voices of our educators, or are we applying it just to justify a predetermined outcome? Please slow down and let's do this right. Thank you.
Speaker number 22. Speaker number 22.
Hi, my name is Maggie Detman. I'm a parent of 2 students at Cypress Elementary who relocated to the Austin area for the school districts from Houston. We're asking everybody to slow down, to make sure that we're doing this right, and that's everyone across the board and everybody in this room. We're not asking for an action, we're asking for your leadership. We're asking for leadership that knows when to hit the pause button when something doesn't add up, which you have proven to us in some other meetings by asking additional questions and asking for information. You've been presented with incremental, cost-effective options such as open enrollment, pre-K expansion, and targeted marketing. Just 100 new students through open enrollment could generate an additional $400,000 a year. But those ideas aren't being prioritized. As a board, we appreciate how you've consistently asked for that additional data. In Table 2, that was sent part of the 4-path, we summarized the outstanding data requests. That list was sent 12 days ago, and we've received no district feedback. Only a copy and paste response was sent to many community members. We believe there's a better path forward, one that protects the students, preserves options, and aligns with the long-term health of the district. Please don't let urgency override clarity. This decision will have a domino effect on the entire district. Let's pause, recalibrate, and move forward with transparency and courage. Slow down and do it right. Thank you.
Speaker number 23.
Hi, I'm Mark Graham, and I have a student at Steiner Ranch, Canyon Ridge, and Vandergrift. Over this summer, you've heard the many reasons why everyone loves Steiner Ranch Elementary. But beyond our affection, we have provided numerous reasons why closing SRE is short-sighted and not in the best interest of our district. Since you haven't been able to discuss the topic all summer, it feels a little like we are yelling into the void, but we continue to come and speak to you to show our commitment to win-win solutions and to pose important questions that need to be considered before you make any final decisions. For example, how can a pre-K program that might get around 100 kids possibly be the best use for our newly renovated SRE campus? Will we need another bond for Laura Bush to get its necessary renovations? Are there safety implications for students being moved to a school towards the back of our neighborhood when there are limited exit roads? Have traffic studies or evacuation studies been done? And maybe most importantly, what are the long-term effects of disrupting these children's education? The current students' mental health, and educational success should be our utmost priority. We are so ready for your answers and solutions. I hope the board will approach this decision with the weight it deserves, because its impact will become your legacy. Thank you.
Speaker 24 did not check in, so we're going to move to Speaker 25.
Good evening. My name is Adam, and I'm a parent of children of Steiner Ranch Elementary. The claim of underutilization is wrong, and our schools are thriving. I urge you to stop this plan to close our school. Closing it trades short-term one-time savings for permanent damage. Home values will drop, cutting tax revenue and hurting all schools for years to come. New schools up north will soon face the same underutilization factors that you're presenting to us. Issues according to your own presentations, which does not end this cycle. Neighborhood schools like Steiner Ranch are load-bearing walls. Removing them will tear down the whole entire house. You can't remove them. Closing it ends safe walking routes, forcing kids into dangerous commutes, and Quinlan Park Road's narrow lanes will worsen traffic, risking our children's safety. You don't want your legacy on the school board to be a rushed process that did not engage the public, took little input, and endangered our kids and destroyed our community. Pause this plan, engage families, prioritize children's safety, and preserve your legacy and our legacy. Thank you very much.
Speaker 26. 26, you can come up. Yes.
Good evening. As we get ready to start back to school, I want to thank all of the trustees, the staff, the teachers especially. I'm sorry, but I feel like there's been tons of transparency, there's been tons of information provided. We've been talking about this for at least a year. In my opinion, my biggest concern is you laid off teachers and staff, and I'm afraid that because of budget issues, we're going to have more of that. The other thing I would say is I'd like folks here to get more involved pushing their state representatives, especially their statewide folks, to properly fund public education and to pay our teachers what they're worth. If we do some of that, local school districts like Leander won't be facing these issues. Keep in mind, Fort Worth LISD is looking at closing down and repurposing 14 schools. 14. That's not what we're looking at here. And we all want to stay with neighborhood schools, but kids are able to adapt, they're flexible, they can take moving to a new school. It's the teachers and the staff that we need to prioritize, and our academics, not closing down academic programs. But again, thank you all and great luck with the new school year.
And that concludes our comments for the evening. Board members, next, we will move to consent agenda. Board members, do I have any? Trish?
Yeah, I need to make a motion to sever FNCE. TEA has come out with policy guidance. Therefore, the policy committee wants to make a move to sever that from consent at this time. I make a motion, so I don't know. Then do
I'll second. Motion from Trish, second from Trish to pull off F and G.
I don't know if we necessarily.
Okay.
You can vote for it. It's whatever you want.
No.
But usually, so then my motion would be to approve the consent then as presented, unless there's another motion out
She had her mic up as well.
Okay.
So
Let's
Francesca.
go.
I would like to sever local policy AEA.
All right, so for the FNC local policy, that's the cell phone one, correct, Trish? If the board is okay, we're going to move that topic under, give me 1 second, y'all. After the discussion and consider adoption of the student code of conduct, because there's information in the student code of conduct relating to cell phone discipline. Ugh. And for the policy that Francesca is wanting to pull off, I'm actually going to bring up our board attorney for that, for right now. And do you want me to read the code, or?
Do we need to approve the
Yeah, we will.
consent?
Yeah, go ahead and approve the consent agenda, and then we'll move on to AEA.
So then I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented, with the exceptions of FNCE and AEA being moved.
I second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Francesca. All those any discussion? No? All those in favor? Well, okay, 1, 2, 5 yes, none opposed. All right.
Okay, with respect to AEA, if we want to, the board wants to take that up at this time, that has legal implications, and so my comments will need to be provided in closed meeting under 551.071, consultation with attorney. Yes.
So it's 6:55 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purpose permitted by Texas Government Code 55.1071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. There'll be no action taken in closed. Board will come back with any action during that time. It is 7:20 p.m. and the board is back from closed session. Do I have any motions?
I move to approve AEA, policy AEA local as presented.
Second. I have a motion from Trish, a second from Sade. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 yeas, 1 opposed. Motion passes. Sorry, guys. And now we will move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Gehring, you are up.
All right, thank you, Madam President. Lots of exciting things happening. This is probably the favorite time of the year for me as we build anticipation and excitement for the start of the school year and getting all of our students back. So lots of empowered staff events happening. We started off.
Where's Jeremy at?
He's hiding. Are we good to continue? No. You're still good? Okay. We shall continue. The first of those events was our leadership conference. This is for about 150 odd leaders in the district. We expanded this group slightly this time by adding some of our assistant principals and other campus level leaders. We had a really fantastic time at Glen High School. Want to thank all of our central administration staff who put together an excellent 2-day conference for these leaders. This is our staff learning from each other, and it's truly a powerful experience. Also want to give a special shout out to our administrative assistants because they do just a really phenomenal job of taking care of logistics and putting all the finer details together. It's a big job and they make it look easy. We also have our entire athletics team that comes together at the start of the year as they address new rules and regulations through the UIL and other organizations, as well as our incredible fine arts departments came together for their fine arts conference, and just incredible work happening as our staff prepare for the 25-26 school year. One of the days that marks who we are as a district is our Culture Day. We want to thank Anna and Nkosi for coming out and observing the work that gets done as part of welcoming all of our new to district staff. This is really a powerful day where they get an opportunity to understand a little bit about why it's different here. And we hope that by the end they can answer the question of what has affirmed their decision to join our #OneLISD family, and also understand how they can contribute to the culture that is Leander ISD, and specifically the Leander Way. And here's just some of the work that they did as a culmination of their time with us at Culture Day. And I'll be sending you links to all of this work in our Friday memo, and that will go out tomorrow. So you'll be able to see some more of that. But just such creative folks in so many different ways. And the learning that they do in this space really modeled very much the learning that we want to see in each and every one of our classrooms across the district. So it was really a fantastic day of learning for everybody. We did have a really tragic event on the 4th of July that affected a lot of people in our community. And the first responders, the agencies had massive response to this at a statewide and even a national level. And the district was asked to contribute by housing several different facilities. We had Travis County Health and Human Services set up a recovery center at Danielson Middle School that operated from July 10th to July 24th. We had Texas Task Force 2 that operated out of our North Transportation Center. You can see those on the right-hand side. That task force is not just Texas folks, but we had folks coming up from Florida and as far as California. We also provided shuttle service from Round Mountain Baptist Church to the Recovery Center at Danielson Middle School for those folks who couldn't get out of the Sandy Creek area. We had the Leander Fire Search and Rescue Team using Aiken Elementary as a briefing and relief site. And then we had the State Incident Management Team, or IMT, using Heisel Elementary for daily planning and coordination. At the end of that, we did have the governor come out to Heisel Elementary School and did a press conference, a statewide press conference about all of the flooding that happened both in Kerr County and also in Travis County. And we housed those folks as well for the briefing and the press conference. So the feedback that I received from all of the agencies involved was very, very positive. They were so grateful for the incredible work that all of our staff did in accommodating them, providing them everything that they needed. We said yes first and try to figure out the details after. And they were very grateful. They were also incredibly impressed with our facilities and the way we were able to accommodate each of their needs. We even had helicopters landing at Glen High School. Just incredible response on their part, but our team did a fantastic job in facilitating and making sure that that happened as well. We're still managing what's happening in the Sandy Creek area. They do not have a permanent road structure out of that area yet. We are in conversation with Travis County Public Works, making sure that they understand that we have 9 buses that run in and out of that community. And as we start school, we're going to have to be picking up our students and making sure that they get where they need to be. So the transportation team has been working hard on making sure that they can get in and out and that they can provide and meet the needs of all of our families who are in that community. So we want to thank the transportation team for the great work that they're doing to make sure that each and every one of our kids is getting what they need. We appreciate LEAF, who immediately stepped up and founded the Flood Relief Fund. They've already raised over $23,000 in that fund that's going directly back to our community to meet the needs of the families in LISD. We, of course, are extremely excited to welcome all of our students and families back on Wednesday, August 13th. So we've had our staff preparing at every school. The facilities are looking fantastic. Our teachers and our administrators and all of our support staff are working hard and eager to make sure that everything is ready for our first day of school on August 13th. I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking about the long-range plan and the work that we're doing specifically around low-enrollment elementary campuses. For the whole month of August, we'll be meeting with listening sessions for all of the campuses involved in these conversations to listen very carefully for their feedback. Those sessions will be happening at specific campuses all through the month of August. As you know, on August 21st, we have a board meeting. We have PASA coming to that board meeting to give us a process update about the work that they do. They came and did this last year as well, and we found it to be very helpful. that they explain the work that they're doing to generate the annual update that we will get at the end of October and the first part of November. And so they'll be able to also answer any questions that board members might have at that time. Then on August 25th, 26th, and 28th, we have specific community conversations. And on my next slide, I will show exactly where those are going to be and which campuses are involved. And that's an opportunity for us to have a two-way conversation with our community. We'll be presenting some basic information that's been presented to the board over the last several months, just to make sure that everybody there is up to speed. And then we'll be doing a lot of listening and interacting with our community as we prepare to go forward. On September 18th at the board meeting, the administration will be bringing recommendations to the board for board review and reflection and discussion. And so there'll be a robust conversation on September 18th about the plan to move forward. And then on October 9th, we will be asking the board to make some decisions about all of this low enrollment elementary campus work that's been done in the long range plan. This date is very important because a lot of the work that we have to do after that hinges on those decisions and is very timely to make sure that we can meet other deadlines as we go forward. So this is our community conversation meeting schedule. On Monday, August 25th, we will be hosting Cypress and Norman Elementary Schools here at Cedar Park Middle School from 6 to 7:30 p.m. On Tuesday, August 26th, we'll be hosting Fabian and Westside Elementary Schools, again here at Cedar Park Middle School from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And then on Thursday, August the 28th, we'll be hosting Steiner Ranch, Laura Welch Bush, and River Ridge Elementary Schools at Canyon Ridge Middle School down in Steiner Ranch, also from 6 to 7:30 p.m. So that's an opportunity for our community to come together and have those conversations with us. And with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
So with the timeline that you presented, since you mentioned that PASA is going to be here in October or late October or early November, is the board going to have access to the updated PASA information that they're going to present so that can help with that October meeting? Because that shows what's coming or what they think is going to happen.
I do not think you will have that updated PASA information for this annual update, and so all of the conversations that we've had till this point in time have relied on the most recent PASA update that we had from last November.
It just seems like it's so close. Like,
it is so close, but we also can't delay decisions because that's going to happen to us every year. We have talked about this for 3 years now. And so it is time for us to make a decision based on the information that we have.
Well, is it possible to check in with PASA to see if we as board members
So
can
if we have the data, we will certainly make sure that the board has access to it, yes.
All right, thanks.
I appreciate, Dr. Gehring, that the dates, kind of seeing this lined out. You can probably guess, as the other trustees could guess as well, that now I have tons of questions as I sit here and noodle. One of the things that just strikes me is, as I'm looking at our long-range plan, it talks about low enrollment elementary campuses. And there's just so many parts of the decisions that impact all each other. It's like a domino. And so I'm thinking about, one of the questions that I keep asking about is all the bond dollars and bond projects. Where are they going? How are they going? How does it impact? And I think about, when we talk about our staffing models and budgetary considerations, to me, these all kind of tie in together. But then the more we start thinking about just the discussion, if you just want to get your scope as narrow as you can, it's not just about low enrollment elementary campuses, but it's like, this gives us a model of how are we going to deal with low enrollment in the future and middle school low enrollment. And so I see there's next steps, And I don't want to have this conversation in such a vacuum that I don't understand, or at least I would like to have the capacity to understand that we're making decisions that are the healthiest for a district overall and long-term, since it's long-range planning. So I'm hoping we can tie some more elements, or I can see how those elements will tie in to the discussions at the same time, right? So, is there gonna be a bond discussion? Is there open enrollment discussion? Are there innovative schools? Like all those pieces, so that we can walk together as much. So I just love to get an update at some point. I know this is great, we're getting information, but I just don't think we're done yet. I'm hoping we'll get more information on what we expect to see, because it looks like we're gonna have some intensive discussions to be ready, if we wanna be ready at that time frame.
Absolutely, and I think if you go back and look at the path that Jeremy laid out for us, starting in January for this year, you'll see that was a much more comprehensive, bigger picture that includes all of the things that you've talked about. That is still in motion. This is just the next piece of that, and we wanted to break out this piece very specifically to make sure that the community and the board understood what key decisions have to be made in this next short time frame, in order to make sure that we meet the needs of all of those other pieces as well. But absolutely, we'll put that in context for you on September 18th, in terms of open enrollment, in terms of what happens when we open 2 new elementary schools in the north, what happens at the middle school level. We haven't addressed any of those things yet.
That would be tremendous, and I still want to have a conversation about bond funding for the future. What are we doing with the funds? Is that what we're still planning? What's moving forward? Is early college, high school, what happened with that in New Hope? Are those discussions still going, or where did they land? So.
Right, and the bond discussion is one of those items that hinges on this timeline. So in order for us to consider the next steps in the bond process, we have to know what these decisions are. And so that's part of the context that we'll build for you on September 18th.
Okay, I'm going to continue to noodle, because
Absolutely.
I'll have more questions. For
Yes,
me,
ma'am.
it's almost like I need the bond discussions before I can have this discussion. So I'll keep noodling what I'm getting at here.
So help me understand that. We've, I think, presented information to you that you've requested about those bond dollars, and you want to bring that here for an open discussion, or what does that look like?
I don't want to, let me spend some time thinking before we go too far. Let me think about this clearly now that I kind of see this scope like this. And then I was going to ask about community conversations, if that's okay.
Yeah, let Nkosi go, and then I'll go back to you.
Yeah, just 2 quick comments. The first relates to our response to the severe weather and flood. And so just wanted to thank you, Dr. Gearing, and your leadership and staff. I just remember thinking during that time how this really demonstrated and kind of illuminated the power of public education and how we're, contribute to the community in times of need. So thank you. The second kind of comment is related to the long-range planning. Glad to see that we moved, I think September 18th, we were thinking about doing a final decision then originally at one point in time, and we moved that back to provide more space for community conversations. So I appreciate that decision.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The other thing I would love to consider is how do we hear from the community in August and then provide maybe another opportunity in September? And I know that's part of the board reflection and review, but how can we go back to the community and share what we heard and provide just an opportunity to have another community conversation in some type of way, just as an exploration, just to provide some closure and depending on what we might hear in August. So just something to consider.
Okay, we will talk to the team about that.
So just aware, Nkosi, I don't think there's another meeting in between there, so we would need to hold a special meeting, just so y'all know. But I don't think the board's, we're going to be okay with that.
Yeah, I was thinking a community conversation.
Okay.
What does that look like? Even if it's all of community
Oh,
conversation,
okay, I'm so
bring
sorry.
all
I thought you
communities
meant,
together,
okay.
but just one more closure of
No, I get it. Yep.
We heard this in August.
Do you anticipate that being before or after the September 18th meeting?
Before October 9th.
So after September 18th, but before?
It's more of just, before October 9th,
Okay.
before we make a vote, just we heard you, here's what we heard, to present to the community if possible.
no, I just want to make sure I'm not jumping too quick. On the community conversations, I appreciate that. Our community's been asking, when can we come talk? Please let us do that. I would just like, my wonderings are some things I'd like to, you don't have to answer them right now, but to continue to consider is, we've had community though. We had the Let's Talk conversation, and so community has responded in some way. And so I just want to make sure, how do we honor all those voices and those conversations that have already had? And then when we do this, do you think administration has thought about what we're really asking the community to do in these conversations? Because if the community needs to think of like ideas, I mean, we got community with ideas, they'll bring them all. So what is the role, or what is really the community's goal or hope that they'll be able to achieve in these conversations?
So our job in these conversations is to have two-way conversation with them. So number one is to listen very carefully to their thoughts, their feelings, their ideas, but also then to answer questions that they have, to address any concerns that they have, and to make sure that there's as much clarity as possible over what we've proposed, and then to use what we hear as we bring recommendations to the board for decision.
So it's possible that the recommendations that you have presented the board are not all the recommendations. There is a possibility that after these community conversations, the board may see different recommendations from administration.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the recommendations that we have really not made a recommendation up till this point in time. We've painted some ideas and laid out some scenarios of what might be possible and what we're thinking about, and they've really been more process than recommendations. They've been, here's where we are in the process, and here's the data that we're using, and this is where we're leaning. And then we really want to make sure that we listen to the community. Like you say, we've had the Let's Talk running, we've had the other tool that we use.
Emails and citizen comments.
Thought Exchange, thank you. We've had the Thought Exchange running, so we have all of that data that's come in. We've had lots of email conversations coming in from the community. We want to make sure they have an opportunity to, we've heard them here, but that's really a one-way conversation. We want to make sure that they can also ask us questions so that we can have a two-way conversation with them in person before we finalize our recommendations and then bring them to the board.
Thank you, that clears up so much, and I hope that helps our community, at least as they start to frame what kind of conversations they would have. The only other request I would make is, if administration knows there's certain guardrails or certain constraints, to go ahead and, if we could let that community know so they don't come with those ideas. So in other words, if community says, oh, well, we could just turn this place into a shopping mall, or I'm trying to pick something bizarre that nobody's gonna say. We turn this place into a shopping mall and then have this education component over here, you're gonna be like, well, technically, TA wants us to be an education center, so that wouldn't be allowed. So I guess if you know there's like, I don't know, really big constraints or guardrails to help guide that community conversation. I'm not really sure what that would look like, but I'd just like administration to think, because sometimes community is going to come and they're going to give us all these great things and be like, whoa, why didn't you do this or that? And it'll be like, well, because there was this constraint. And so maybe you can't give it to them ahead of time because you know all the examples. But then when you come back to us and give us the information, if we know the constraints, that would be helpful too.
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the things that we've heard, whether it's from citizen comments or from the emails, they've asked about, say, cost estimate information. Are you planning to go through all of those emails where there's a thought exchange? They've already given us feedback to try and provide answers during those conversations?
Not necessarily. So we have themed out all of those conversations, so we know what the major themes are, and we're certainly going to address those major themes. We may not address individual emails or individual comments. There's a lot of them, but we certainly are going to address the themes, yes.
I love community outreach, and at the last meeting, I walked out after just a few minutes to talk to some people in the hallway, and many of them voiced some complaints as they did tonight too, as I left to go after the conversations with the citizen comments. I do remember times, some of the meetings where we could just simply stop the meeting after citizen comments and talk to the people. I mean, I know there's some formality to some of these conversations to be having, but I think sometimes you can come up with the best ideas where it feels a little bit more like a cocktail party, for lack of a better term. We're certainly in session. We're certainly with everybody, so it's legal, as it were. And we just simply talk to some of the people. Now, some of the people may have some complaints, and some of the people might have some good ideas, but a 15-minute recess after citizen comments to maybe talk to some of those people was some of the comments that some of the people just tonight said to me.
Okay, well, when we have board retreat in December and we start talking about board calendar, I would encourage you to attend that meeting and to give your thoughts. With that said, I want board members to let Cindy know if you want to attend these community conversations. It is being highly encouraged for board members to attend this, but we're not allowed to talk because of quorum issues. So you want your community outreach, you want to hear what the community has to say. I suggest board members get to these community conversations and listen. With that said, any other questions, board members? Nope? Great. All right. Thanks, Dr. Gehring. Oh, boy. Okay. It is 7:47 p.m. and the board is going to take a 10-minute break. It is 7:54 p.m. and we have returned from the break. We have a few guests with us this evening and we'll be making some changes to the agenda order. Originally, 2 grievance hearings were scheduled for this evening. However, earlier today, one of the grievants withdrew their formal complaint. As a result, only 1 grievance hearing will be held tonight. With that said, the board will now go into closed session at 7:55 p.m. for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551074 and 551.082. Hear and deliberate employee complaints concerning personal matter. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 9:01 p.m. and we have returned to open session. Do I have a motion regarding the grievance?
Yes, I move that we direct the superintendent to review this matter and that the board decide this matter at the next regularly scheduled board meeting.
Second. Motion from Trish, second from Sade. Any discussion? All those in favor? 6 ayes, motion passes. It is 9:02 p.m. and we're going to take a 5-minute break to reset the dais. 5 minutes, y'all. It is 9:05 p.m. and we have returned from break. We will next move to agenda item 6A1, Equitable Access Formative Review. Whenever y'all are ready, go ahead and start your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gehring. I'm here this evening with Executive Director Melody Maples and Assistant Superintendent for Special Programs, Paige Collier, as we provide the Goal 4 Equitable Access Formative Review update. So I want to start with this slide, which we always start with, system alignment. You can see the major components that we're seeking to align around the work. The goal here is to ensure equitable access to opportunities by eliminating barriers for each and every student, each and every being the absolute key here. And then we focus on system responses. We want to create systems and processes to identify and eliminate barriers which is the work that we've been doing since the office was established in January of 2022. The purpose of this presentation is to highlight the current progress that we've made over the previous year, and to look ahead as to some of the things that will be coming this fall and with the upcoming school year. So this is an image that I've talked about before. When we first started this work in January of 2022, we were Project Mercury, and then we went to Project Gemini, and now we are in Project Apollo. This image was taken from Apollo 10. This is the mission that preceded the moon launch, and this is where we are in our work. We have put a lot of systems in place. We are field testing things, and we anticipate launching Apollo 11 sometime a year from now, where we go for the moon in terms of closing our gaps and putting the systems and the culture in place to sustain those closures. At this point, I want to transition to our executive director.
Good evening. Probably helps to turn that on. Good evening. Thank you for having us. So we are going to look back this last year and talk a little bit about some of the highlights of the work for the year. And as you know, the year prior, we piloted and launched then for last year our Access Data Dashboard, which is the annual way of being able to then filter down. Campus leaders and district leaders can use that. And the infamous Emily Gray has just wrapped up the 24-25 school year with some really great improvements, and we'll be rolling that out as well. So that continues to go forward. And so we continue to do some campus level as well as district level engagements around some of that data, aligned with the data we'll learn about tonight. We also continue to have ongoing leadership development, continuing to focus on inclusive leadership, cultural competency, and data literacy. We want to continue to build agency and capacity so that way we can strive towards sustainability and replication, and certainly those things that we want to scale up. We also serve as internal consultants for various support needs as they exist, and then also we don't want to forget that we are student-focused on each and every and help maintain our focus on the main thing every day. What you're going to see here is a picture of one of our sessions with the instructional coaches. I would say that this is definitely a highlight for our office last year. We were given the opportunity, and we want to send out a special thanks and gratitude to Lacey Delgado for allowing us to share that instructional team with us. Pictured here is one of those sessions, and the instructional coaches represent the final part of that triangle of support for teachers. We did a residency with the AP and DOI group. We continue to work with the principals, and the instructional coaches represent that triangle support for the teachers. And so we really enjoyed that, and we are hoping to continue that work with them in the year to come. We also continue our work supporting individual campuses to help support their CIP goals. This was a quote, or it came from a quote that was sent to us by a campus teacher about her experience working with us after one of our sessions. I really like that last sentence where I talk about, I also find it meaningful for all staff to be part of these sessions as we are all self-assess, reflect, and grow together. This is all about continuing to be better a day than we were the previous day. And now I'm going to pass it back to Dwayne to talk a little bit more things that we've been doing for the year.
Thank you. So this image was taken in January of this year with the Transportation Department. Had the privilege of being part of their professional learning day. We had about 270 people in the room focusing on inclusive leadership, focusing on cultural competency, and the contribution that they make to that endeavor, because the Transportation Department represents the first and last classroom of the day for our students. So anything we can do to bring them into the fold, we always welcome the opportunity to work with them. And Ken and Tracy have been phenomenal partners in this work. So continuing with some of the things that we've been doing, we completed, with the help of SCR and Christian Maricelli, who is the producer of this On the Street podcast, we completed season 2. The goal was to build organizational cohesion and cultural competency, telling the story of the people in our system. And then I had the very fortunate opportunity to interview Dr. Gehring and Tom Glenn for a Unity podcast back in October. It was my first opportunity to meet Tom Glenn. It was a phenomenal experience. And then because of the work and what we saw in the data, we developed and delivered a marginal visibility workshop, all focused on economically disadvantaged students and how we can enhance their outcomes. And some of the data you'll see tonight is that we are making some progress, but we still have work to do in that area, as it does represent our primary driver with respect to disparities. Also, we gathered qualitative data. The second annual cultural competency survey dropped back in the fall. It'll be dropping again this year, and we should have more baseline data. We should have some comparative data in terms of if the system is moving forward in terms of enhancing cultural competency for each and every staff member. And then one of the highlights of my time here, Leander, occurred in January as well, when we had the opportunity to present with Dr. Gehring, General Counsel Sean Swisher at the TASA Midwinter. And we were able to showcase our model for how we do the work here in Leander. We delivered a presentation entitled Keeping the Main Thing, Mitigating the Culture Wars in Public Education. And this quote meant a great deal to me. It came from one of the people who was in the crowd, but is also a parent in our community. And I think it speaks volumes about the commitment that we have for each and every student and the thoughtful nature of the work around enhancing the canopy of educational access over all students. We had a lot of positive feedback. We presented to superintendents, deputy superintendents, and the feedback was incredible. And there were people who were asking, could they reach out to us because they like to replicate our model. It all started with Sean Swisher and Dr. Gehring, who believed in we had to find a way to keep the focus of our work on each and every student. And then when Mel joined the office, we constituted something called XCOM, and we shared that with them. So at this point, I want to transition to our Assistant Superintendent, Paige Collier.
Good evening. Special Programs partners with the Office of Educational Access to support and extend professional learning for our special programs leaders. And I want to highlight data that we've been engaged with that is truly moving the needle for our students. On this slide, we're looking at data from our special education exit surveys, which are completed by students with disabilities the same year that they leave our system, either as seniors or through our 18+ services. And this data represents 4 years from 2022 to 2025. And it focuses specifically on those students who continue to qualify under special education. What we're seeing here is encouraging. So the vast majority of our students are leaving LISD with clear goals for employment and further education. And they tell us in the exit surveys that they feel prepared and optimistic for their future. Only a small portion report that they do not plan to pursue work or more training after graduation. And this slide also sets us up as a comparison to what's coming next, because we focused on the 2022 and 2023 graduates, because those are the classes that the state of Texas has now followed up with 1 year after they've left our schools. It also takes about a year for the state to share the report, so we're really getting our class of 2023 data back to us in 2025. So let's go to our next slide, where we will look at what actually happened for those students 1 year later. And here we're looking at the State Performance Plan Indicator 14, and this is required follow-up data collected by the state on students who received special education services, like I said, 1 year after they exit. So it tells us if students are actually in higher education, employed, or engaged in other training or employment activities. And you'll notice 3 bars on each chart, yellow for LISD, the gray is for Region 13, and the blue is for the state of Texas. And so right now I just want you to focus on the far right graphs as they reflect the total of the 3 graphs to the left. And I'm pleased to share that Leander ISD outperforms both the region and the state. And our students are more likely to be enrolled in higher education or to be competitively employed compared to their peers across the state. Keep in mind, it is a lagging indicator, and with steps that we've taken since, we are anticipating that we are on an upward trajectory for 2024 and 2025. Let's take a closer look at the numbers. So for the class of 2022, 74% of students intended to pursue higher education. 1 year later, 35% had actually enrolled. 85% were expected to be employed, and 39% were indeed employed 1 year later. In 2023, 79% indicated plans for college, and 37% following through with enrollment in college, and 88% wanted to be employed, and 32% held paid employment. So what this tells us is that while students' intentions are strong, there's a noticeable gap between goals and actual outcomes. And we do use this data to adjust our practices. For example, we've strengthened our work-based learning programs. We've emphasized meaningful 18+ services, and we've ensured that transition planning is happening early and often starting at age 3 and continuing through age 22. We're also focusing on key skills like student voice, self-determination, and independence, all of which are crucial to post-school success. And I want to give kudos to our transition teams led by Denise Geiger over the years. And now let's zoom in and compare our local data to national trends. This slide compares LISD's employment outcomes to national data from the Bureau of Labor and Statistics. In 2023, only 22.5% of adults with disabilities were employed, which was actually the highest national rate since 2008. But by contrast, Leander ISD graduates from 2022 and 2023 are doing significantly better, with employment rates of 39% and 32% respectively, which is well over 10 percentage points higher than the national average. And the same trend holds true when we compare LISD to both Region 13 and the state of Texas. In fact, LISD leads the region and the state in employment outcomes for students with disabilities. This is something to celebrate. It's also a reminder that early vocational exposure and one paid job before graduation can really have a lifelong impact for our students, especially for our students who have received modified instruction. And employment before exiting school dramatically increases the likelihood of sustained, meaningful adult employment. So we are proud of the progress we're seeing, and we're equally committed to the work that's ahead. And we'll continue to invest in practices that strengthen our students' transitions to adulthood, helping each one build a future of purpose, independence, and opportunity. This slide represents a 5-year trend based on our annual snapshot data. And as you read from left to right, the data is disaggregated by demographic groups. Overall, all students demonstrated a 1% increase, reflecting modest but consistent growth across the system. And when we isolate a key variable within our system, which is socioeconomic status, we're able to identify disparities in student outcomes. For example, in the 2024 to 2025 school year, of all students that are economically disadvantaged in LISD, 25% of them are served in special education, when compared to all students that are not economically disadvantaged in LISD, 14% are served in special education. So therefore, the data shows a disproportionate percentage of students served in special education who are economically disadvantaged. And we want to impact each and every student. And we partnered with the Office of Educational Access to engage our special programs leaders in marginal visibility training and that's led to meaningful reflection around ensuring high quality, equitable learning experiences for every student that we serve. And I'll pass this over to Mel and Dwayne for the next portion, in which you'll continue to see students served in special education represented in their reports on fine arts, athletics, CTE, earning high school credits, and taking advanced courses.
So one of my favorite portions of some of that work is coming into the data and be able to report out just to make sure that everyone is aware and to level set, because it's been a hot minute since we've looked at this. The data you're looking at is pulled every snapshot, and we do that to reduce variation, and so that way we know we're comparing apples to apples, because the trend data helps give us some direction of where we want to look at more finite data or annual data to ask better questions. But the trends do tell us a lot about it as a whole. The Office of Educational Access serves as the custodian of this access data, which is why every year we monitor that. We use it to inform our practices, but to also help develop some professional learning opportunities and make sure that we're helping to serve as supports and consultants with those departments and areas who might be working on this. Data is pulled not in October, but also twice a year. They look at the dashboard data and they update the dashboard data. They look at it more than that, but they look at the dashboard data. So this for y'all is just that 5-year formative review, so that way we can go through that. Tonight, we're going to go through the 5-year graph, which you'll see that you're familiar with. After each of these data sets, you're going to see what was illustrated that with the special education. We're going to start with student demographic group, and then we're going to isolate to one of the primary driving variables to our discrepancies. So you'll see the same data set, it's just going to be illustrated. So we'll do that for each one. So this data set includes students who participate 7th through 12th grade in CTE, athletics, and fine arts. We are very proud when we get to showcase this data set, and we often refer to it as one of those pieces of evidence that demonstrates what our office has set as a goal within the strategic plan, is to achieve parity. As we've talked about before, is we don't want to chase data. We want to make sure that we maintain student voice and choice, but we would like to see parity between these student groups, because that is representative of all the students, and that's when we say that where the access is. We won't ever really get to 100% because, again, we want to make sure that we honor voice and choice. What it doesn't adequately reflect in this graph, though we are very proud of this, is the hardworking and dedicated staff, teachers, campus and district leaders, and volunteers who all put in a tremendous amount of work in each of these areas. We were lucky enough as an office to have each of these areas, the directors of CTE, Fine Arts, and Athletics, join us at the Educational Ambassadors meetings and talk a little bit about their programs, answer questions, and get some valuable insights from community members and parents to share a little bit about how we can continue to increase access where that was. And what they shared in that, in those was what I assumed, but was then confirmed by data, is that we know that acceptance and belonging for students, it can be found in these areas, along with a lot of skill building that can last for their life and serve them well, even as they transition out of our system. But they also represent a higher rate of attendance and a higher overall GPA as compared to peers that are not within these. I'm happy to report, too, that within fine arts, for instance, we saw a tremendous amount of growth from one year to the next. And in fact, in middle school, we know that 1 of every 2 students are part of fine arts, some way represented here. We see stability within our athletics, and with stability, it gives us enough clarity to be able to pause and really start to understand. And stability can sometimes not necessarily be seen as a positive thing, but we know that because we value voice and choice, we will see variation, because these are different sets of kids every year, and we're honoring that. In CTE, also, we see stability. There is continued work with stability as it relates to, or growth as it relates to CTE. Following our leadership conference at Glenn one day, Monday, I was leaving the building and I ran into their transition coordinator, and she was super excited. She had just had her 3rd lesson, and she said, I'm so close to getting my license to drive the little white bus, and she was so excited. She was like, I realized there was a gap in my understanding about getting students to see the CTE careers and some of those things. And one of those difficulties or barriers is getting them transported. You know, CTE teachers are teaching, but how do we get them transported for this? So I figured I'm gonna get this license. And so I'm learning how to drive this thing. And I was like, aren't you terrified? She said, yes. And she said, but I feel like this, if this is a barrier, we've got the vehicles, but we want teachers in the classroom. Like, I can learn how to do that. And I know that CTE has been partnering with special education to get a better understanding and working with the campuses. And I had a department head over at Cedar Park High School call me up and ask me if I would come and look at the data and the enrollment and see so he can better help support master schedule developing. It's efforts like those that are inspiring, that the answers aren't necessarily going to be the ones that we're familiar with, and then sometimes those that are closest to it have those answers.
Can I ask you, just to make sure I'm reading that right, slide 18? I understand you're addressing like the various student groups to make sure that they're performing similar levels. But it seems to me, am I reading this right, that in 2021, 2022, you have this jump, and then it goes down in 22, 23, 23, 24, and then it goes up again in 24, 25. Am I reading that correct? And did y'all look into what could have happened in the system to cause that?
So the 2021 school year was the hybrid year. And so a lot of those programs, some of those experiences, students didn't necessarily, either wouldn't necessarily be a part of those, or there was variation. And so what you saw, that big jump then the following year, was in a lot of community leagues hadn't started back up, especially in the area of athletics, even in the 21-22 school year.
So what you would maybe say is it's taking some of these things and weighting it.
Right.
It's increasing is what you would
Right,
say.
overall,
the
we're
system does
seeing that progress. It's just the variation represents various variables that are conditions in the community, but also then variations within the student groups. So this is the same data set as far as enrollment within fine arts, athletics, or CTE. This is, though, just breaking out specifically, focusing in on our primary driver. And what you'll see here is a reasonable, I mean, you've got a discrepancy, obviously, but our parity within that 5% margin is where our goal is set.
And the thing I like to say about this is that it shows that we can close our gaps. And the work that we're seeing in fine arts and CTE, we want to scale that work up. We know that people like Mike Howard and Megan, I mean, they've done a wonderful job of reducing barriers for people. And so anything that we can do to scale up what they're doing, and I don't want to underestimate something that Executive Director Maple said, the sense of belonging that our kids are feeling, the connectedness, that is something we want to run throughout our entire system. And so anytime we get to be with them and learn from them, we take that opportunity.
I just have a comment on just reflecting on what you've said, because yes, we want to keep providing these opportunities. You mentioned CTE, but I also think back to this past few months with the budget cuts, and some CTE programs were affected. So I don't know what we're going to see and how that's really going to affect our students.
You know, I think we have to wait and see how that develops, but we are confident that we will find a way to make sure that students who want to participate in programs, maybe not the programs that may be their first choice, but there'll be an opportunity for them to participate and to feel that sense of belonging and connectedness.
I'm working closely with Dustin as they rolled out. As you know, Cardonics helps to find some of those efficiencies and those opportunities. And I'm partnering with him as well as the CTE Fine Arts and Athletics and asking good questions with the campuses to develop and continue to develop the master schedule decision-making review tool. So in the pursuit of efficiency and those things, we want to make sure that we're asking the questions and along the way of the master scheduling development process where that access is. And I think that we can achieve that, both of those things, just being mindful of that.
I think that's incredibly important because we know each campus offers different programs. And right now we are denying access to students to those programs. So with that work that you're looking to do you anticipate it being done by the end of this year? So when we start talking about schedules for 6th, 7th, and 8th, and those going into high school, they will be able to have the access to say, a child who is zoned to Rouse, but a program's only available at Vista, but Vista's technically closed. How are we going to solve that access issue?
So I wouldn't want to say it would be done. I'm hoping that it will be ready for starting to use, and I just say not done because right now, from what I can find, there's no tool out there. So we're wanting it to be a complementary tool to what the work's that already done. And so for them to be able to start to use that to engage in that at each stage of the master scheduling. So we're asking those questions. Master scheduling is such a nuance, and there's so many variables with it. This is just to make sure that we're pausing enough that in that pursuit of and that need for the efficiency that we're asking some of those questions and we're not missing that, because you know what I mean? And that's what really it's designed to do, is just make sure they pause for those reflections.
I know one thing I've asked since I've got on this board is our course catalog to list at the, I'm just gonna say we have culinary, right? To list the campuses that exist, because what parents don't know, they don't know, and they're not gonna be able to advocate for that access. I know it might shine a light on some programs that aren't offered at different campuses, but I mean, that's a conversation this board we need to have, so just my input.
No.
I'm wondering, does that also parallel with maybe programs that are offered in the course catalog that students might not be aware of, that maybe hasn't been offered on a campus previously, but then our district is like debate, because that changed my entire life, and that's been one that students have said, oh, we want it, but they might not realize they have access to it. So there would you see a parallel there as well?
I think there could be some conversation. Again, we have to watch the budget, But yeah, I agree, because I mean, what you don't know, and I think it's important for us and parents to have, especially students, to be able to know what is offered to them so they can, be able to do what they need to do.
Yeah, and there may end up being conversations of what all can we offer, and there may be, as you had just said, that students may have an opportunity to participate not in all the programs they want, but is there something like or similar, and so maybe that forces the board to kind of have another conversation, which.
Right, the goal is access. It's not necessarily guaranteeing. I mean, you have access to choices, and at the end of the day, we want to make sure the student voice and choice, it was there. We may not be able to have both at that, and so yes, the tool, it's a reflective tool. It's not a decision. It won't do it for that. You know what I mean? It's just for them to reflect as they process through.
And we look forward to having those conversations with Dr. Benneker, and because we started a monthly touch base with the assistant superintendents, and part of that is to have these conversations. Yeah.
So this next slide is, we have a significant percentage of our 8th graders who finish middle school with at least one high school credit. And so this data set specifically represents those that are earning that high school credit prior to their high school year, which we know can also help them in high school and support those students who want to continue to actively engage in athletics or those double block courses and other things as they go into high school. And it also gives them a good start on maybe areas of specialized interest and aptitude. The data reflects an overall increase in the percentage of students earning high school credit of 24% since the 2019-2020 school year. That's not necessarily represented here, but many times it's like, well, what was it like before COVID?
Before COVID.
This does represent a 24% increase. However, we do recognize that some of the areas that we need to focus on, are here because we do see a slight decrease. But we have a lot of questions and some of the factors that we know that are slightly different. As you may know, that we want to understand more about the degree of impact of the change from Gateway being one of those localized credits from the state. So this is that first year representation. We also had campuses, because of student interest, that continued to offer it. And so that doesn't necessarily mean they didn't have that meaningful learning. It means in PEAMS they didn't get a credit. And then also, what role does teacher certification requirements play with that? Because some of that can be part of that piece as well. You have to have some specific certifications, and students were taking courses and having great experiences. It's just that their teacher wasn't certified to be able to then qualify for that, to offer the course that would have been high school credit. I'd like to also note that the data includes approximately, which I thought was fascinating, 65 students from our dual language programs who earned high school credit in elementary, and they were enrolled in AP Spanish 4. So they not only got the opportunity to earn both, or earn a high school credit, but also a college credit before they went to high school. And you can see that data represented here. And again, we are isolating this by one of our driving variables, and it kind of helps lift that out, and maybe we can ask some better questions as we go through that data set.
And one of the things I'd like to highlight about the disparity between economically disadvantaged and those who aren't is that we talk a lot about structural barriers, and they're real, but there's also the dispositional barriers that some of our young people experience. Do they see themselves as capable and belonging in certain classes, taking certain pathways? And we have to be careful that we, as a system, encourage them always to look beyond. They may only see themselves in deficit terms. How do we push them through to the other side? Structural barriers are real. They are significant, but so are dispositional barriers. When I was a young person, I experienced that, but I had great teachers who pushed me through to the other side.
And finally, the LISD percentage of students that earn one or more advanced placement, IB, or dual credit. I do want to note one of the changes from the previous year, this included on-ramps. And there was a concern about what is this going to mean in terms of access. And this data, to me, illustrates, because of its continued upward trend, that the work of everyone kind of examining that and the extra steps that they took to make sure that that didn't, was actually very fruitful, because not only did we not decrease, but we actually increased that percentage in those areas. We also believe the trend continues to illustrate the continued efforts that we've seen in our office and that others have seen in finding more ways to increase the access and interest in these courses. And obviously, to our earlier discussion with the master schedule, this will be one of those areas that we'll want to continue to monitor. And as you know, it also reflects the amazing National AP College Board recognition and incredible work of our teachers, our campus leaders, as well as our district staff, who continue to come up with some incredible things and figuring out ways, and our students are thriving in this area. Since joining this office, I continue to engage with a lot of campus leaders and district staff, and I can tell you that more and more are reaching out, not just, hey, can you get me this data, but hey, help me ask these great questions. And I've said this before, and I feel like I can't go on a data conversation without saying it again. Data serves a singular purpose, which should cause us to ask really great questions. And those questions should reveal, first and foremost, our strengths, because in those strengths, we might be able to learn a little bit more about what can we garner from that, and then apply that and scale that up across our system. I'm very excited about what we're seeing in the data. We are hoping, and we know that there's a lot of commitment around seeing those trends continue. And so this is only one piece and one part of our student experience, but it is one that tells us that we're doing pretty great.
All right, thank you. So looking ahead, we want to launch the third year of the Cultural Competency Survey, roll out season 3 of On the Street. And this year we want to take a little bit of a different focus. We want to be on campuses. We want to feature campus leaders or anyone on the campus who'd like to sit for an interview. And we want to talk about their efforts to expand equitable access so that the entire system can learn from some of the practices, and it increases our ability to scale those up. We'll continue to facilitate adult learning that builds capacity along the continuum of educational access, inclusive leadership, and cultural competency. And we are currently in the recruitment for our second group of OEA ambassadors. We had the fortunate opportunity to interview one of them during the Juneteenth podcast. She's emblematic of that level of commitment and sharing what she's learned with other parents that we want to scale up as well. Maintain campus engagements. We always love going out to campuses. We also want to continue our residencies with HR, transportation, special programs, and we look forward to bringing in teaching and learning as well, or learning innovation now. And then the last part is complete the development of the master schedule reflection tool. And once we do that, we can lift up additional barriers that may not be illuminated by cardonics. we're putting all these pieces together because we believe we have an opportunity to do the work in a way that can be the standard for many other districts. And I like to close our presentation with a video which talks about the importance of mindset. You know, sometimes we have all the skills, we have all the resources, even when we don't, mindset can make the difference. And then I like to discuss it on the backside. Oh, sorry, I forgot one last thing. And so this, I believe, is a really good quote also to lead towards the end of the presentation when you consider the current state. We do a lot of work with leaders, helping them understand how to navigate the current state, the educational landscape. And we had a campus leader who acknowledged that. Because if we can make them aware of some of the challenges, they can navigate those more efficiently, and we can keep the main thing, which is the educational access of each and every student.
You want to tell me that circumstance matters more than mindset. That may be your perspective. But I'm telling you, I've seen the opposite. I've seen mindset change everything. I've seen teams go from being broken to winning championships. Same team, same talent, different mindset. Think about this. In May 1954, Roger Bannister broke the 4-minute mile. And in the sports world, it was a huge milestone. Here's the backstory. Go back to 1942. During World War II, the record for running the mile stood at 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Then over the next 3 years, during the war, the record got whittled down to 4:01. That's where it stayed for 9 years. No one could break 4 minutes. Performance in that distance was stuck. Then, through incredible teamwork, Bannister breaks 4 minutes. Did it by sticking to the pace of one teammate for the first 2 legs?
My legs seemed to meet no resistance at all, almost as if impelled by an unknown force. We seemed to be going so slowly.
And then another teammate for the 3rd leg.
I was barely aware of the fact that Chris Chataway was now going into the lead.
Before going on his own and breaking the record in the final leg. It was an incredible achievement.
A 4-minute mile was possible. Somehow, to do it, I had to run the last lap in 59 seconds. Chataway led round the next bend, and then I pounced past him at the beginning of the back straight, 300 yards from the finish. I had a moment of mixed joy and anguish when my mind took over. It raced well ahead of my body and drew me compellingly forward. I felt that the moment of a lifetime had come. The faint line of the finishing tape stood ahead as a haven of peace after the struggle. I leapt at the tape, like a man taking his last spring to save himself from the chasm that threatens to engulf him. My effort was over, and I collapsed almost unconscious with an arm on either side of me.
But here's the crazy part. A month later, the first woman, Diane Leather, breaks 5 minutes. A few weeks after that, the second guy, John Landy, runs under 4 minutes as well.
We have unofficially here 3:58.9.
And within a year of Roger doing it the first time, 5 men had run the mile in under 4 minutes. So what changed? Their mindset. Now that Roger had reached the mark, everyone else knew it was possible. Impossible became possible. Because it's always harder to raise the bar than to catch up to someone else. And the limitation is your mindset. So what is your team's 4-minute barrier? What is the limitation that makes you feel like you're stuck? Ask the question. How are you getting in your own way? Or better yet, how can you be the first to raise the bar? So often we feel the problem is a lack of resources, a lack of ability, a lack of communication. At the same time, we're stuck on old ideas, old reasons why something won't work, stuck on the fear of sharing new thoughts, stuck on the hard work it would take to fix the problem. You want to change your experience, challenge your mindset.
favorite line in the video, it's easier to catch up to someone than it is to raise the bar. We have an opportunity here to raise the bar in the state in terms of educational access for each and every student. I believe the work that we are doing here is a model for other districts because we are drawing in all of the components. And the thing about mindset, it's all about team. I mean, Roger Bannister would not have been able to do what he did without a team. And I know sometimes you'll have to be reminded of how important that is. And so we have an opportunity to do something really special here. And for that, we are happy to take any questions that you may have.
All right, board members, we'll start this round of questions. I'll start. I have a question, obviously. It's about special education. So I always refer to this graph that was presented to us at the December 2020 meeting because that's when the moment I'm like, okay, I'm in a position to finally do something. And I pulled it up, and that's what I was showing Sade. So in this graph, it was the LISD equity indicator. And on there, percentage enrolled at this time in AP and IB on-ramps for special education was 6%. We're at 12% now. So the work is being done. We can see the gaps closing. I guess my question to y'all in regards to special education, and it's on slide 13, I apologize. It's the survey district transition data. I know how they get this information, but can y'all tell the public how our parents surveyed over this? Because I got a question this year from someone, and I think Francesca, you remember this. We got this from a mutual friend. Why is somebody wanting to know where my child is? And this child was on an IEP. And I will tell you right now, as a parent who went through this process, who did the final ARD, nobody told me about this survey. And I'm wondering if some of this data right here is not truly accurate, because that said friend, who we both know is very, very familiar, she sat on this board, she wasn't aware. And so how many other students are not being captured in that data? And what can we do as a system during that last visit or during that visit, transition ARD? How can we make parents more aware of that survey? So we can actually have, because I guarantee this is higher. We have more kids enrolled in higher education than what is posted here.
True. This is just who responds. Obviously, they're done by email and they're done by phone calls. We have put in place at that final ARD information where our team shares that this survey will come out, and this will be coming out a year after completion, and we want you to complete that survey so we know where you're at. So hopefully we'll see more responses each year.
And my other question is on this right here for 13. I don't know if we have this data, but I'd be curious in regards to students in special education who enrolled in higher education or who obtained employment, if we were able to break that down into, I know the state of Texas recognized different disabilities under special education. I can only speak from my experience, but with a student that has autism that was in higher advanced classes, that access to information to go to higher education doesn't exist. And we do a great job, but I'm saying the state of Texas doesn't exist. And so I'm just curious, and this is, you don't need to answer this yet, Paige, but just if we had anything like that, just what are we doing? Because I know some of my friends, their students are able to go to 18 plus, they qualify, but you also have a certain section of students who who can't qualify. And they do try to reach out for higher education. And I'm telling you right now, as a parent with a child in higher education with a disability, it's incredibly hard to navigate. And so I'm just wondering, as a system, what are we doing that 11th and 12th grade year to prepare those students, but also give parents those resources and information we have?
Sure. So we're engaging our students with person-centered planning and visits and trying to get that family involved in what is the future after school. And having those big dreams and connecting them with resources early on and being very proactive so that we can set those up, and the student, when they get to graduation, they have a plan.
Thank you.
I'll also add to that a little bit, because I just did this with my own son a few months ago, and through his SCSS class, they spoke with him, they spoke with me. I knew nothing about the accommodations for college or testing in college, and we ended the school year last year with numbers at ACC and who to talk to and what office you need to go to and what services we need to go to. So the teachers in SCSS and transition are doing a phenomenal job.
Oh. Come on, board members, any other questions?
I'll jump in there a little bit for, so when I saw this on the agenda, one thing I knew is that I was going to get plenty of data. So I appreciate that. One, I have probably just as many statements as I do questions, but one, like just calling out why this work is so important. One is not only fulfilling our state mandate to close the achievement gap, but I think this is like really core to LISD, to what we believe, to our commitment to each and every student. And it's funny, we went to the culture day yesterday. Wow, it feels like. And one of the questions was like, what makes you, LISD unique? And I really do believe this commitment to each and every student is what makes us unique, and I think this is core to this work. I was struggling to find, subpopulations. I was seeing the data, and I was trying to humanize it. And as a part of it, what jumped out to me is like, these are communities. I know we see these subgroups, but I really saw these as like communities. And each of our students are connected to these communities. There are resources that can spark the curiosity, that can create these interactions, all this good thing. And so I could go on and on about that. One thing, I think there's a call to the community. I think this should probably be the most important thing. We should have 100 people lined up to talk about how do we close these gaps. And so I'd love our community to think even beyond the groups they don't belong to, and think about how in my school, in my classroom, am I contributing to closing the gap. I guess the question is really around, like, a lot of the work seems internal. And so would love to hear, and maybe not even tonight, but just to hear how we bring in this work external, how we engage in our external communities, whether it's our parent engagement, whether it's, support groups in our communities, but how are we enlisting our communities to help close the gap? We talked about, and a big part of, like, why. Every time you see the disparity, you're like, why? I think you spoke on some of this, but you have some of the mindset, closing the gap around mindset, closing the gap around capacity, and the dispositional barriers. And so that's just my question, is to think through how are we engaging externally around closing the gap, and that could be an ongoing conversation. I may not have the answer today.
Yes, sir, we welcome that conversation. I know Dr. Gary and we have many conversations about how do we continue to move the work forward, and I anticipate that we will be having that conversation as well, and we'd love to loop the board in and make the board part of that as well. Yeah.
I don't want to speak for them, but I want to kind of brag on Paige, because the last year, I feel like it's been very intentional about bringing parents into that conversation. This started when Dr. Waltman was in that position. Like, you get in there and you have that face-to-face conversation, and we tell parents, don't be afraid of the data. And so, like, I know this year at the special programs kickoff, she invited parents to be there and to have, these are my concerns, these are what's going on. And that's just, we're seeing the work being done. We're closing the gaps for special education, but that's just one place. You know that.
Yeah, that was a part of it too. We see that the gaps are closing in special education. I think we can attribute it to this very thing of having parents engage more. And so that's part of it. How can we learn from what we're doing with that community and port that over to other communities? It may look a little different, but how can we port those best practices over to other communities?
Yes, sir, I definitely think there's value in that.
No, I agree. I think it could be very powerful. And these numbers, we've been wanting, like, data and information, and so thank y'all so much. You delivered. I do have one question, just as I continue to review this and y'all bring more information to us. Our EcoDIS numbers, because you've highlighted some of those, and those are some areas we're going to focus on. I think it might actually kind of parallel Anna's a bit of, like, how are we identifying our EcoDIS? Because I'm under the impression that right now we're identifying them only if they've filled out the free and reduced lunch form. So if they have not, we've lost them in our measurement, which causes me some concern, because then we've got and then our free and reduced lunch, if they don't fill that out and we don't have the record of ECODIS, even when we do have that number, it's still different from our at-risk population. So I'm just curious, like, where are you seeing these parallels, or what are y'all doing to address?
One of the improvements that Emily has made to the 24-25 dashboard is campus leaders and district leaders will be able to now filter by at-risk numbers. So one of the things we want to make sure that we're doing is creating that capacity within our system, because to Trustee Nelson's point, replication and sustainability is going to be really important. And so, I met with one of the principals, high school principals, who wanted to come out and said, talk me through how I can do this efficiently and how do I help create capacity with my team who's closest to those students and those families every 6 weeks looking at this data. Help me understand how you get to those questions. And then ultimately, where do we go from here and create that as a system and so I've been working with him to build out a framework about how he's gonna change his leadership meetings and how he's gonna start engaging that. And then that will then go to his leadership team, which are the department head meetings. So that way, that's where we talk about that capacity building, and that's where that community is, and that's where those conversations are. So the annual dashboard, so leaders get this 5-year data in our system, but they also have the dashboard. And so this is where I start to get excited, is that they're not just excited about having data, they're excited about but I want something with this, and I want to drive action with this. So help me understand, now I understand the data, how do I get to the questions that help me drive that right action?
And I think that's some of the questions that the board members have as well. So just keep a pin in that. Any other question, board members? All right, y'all know where to find them. Dr. Gehring, you have something to say?
Just an observation that what I love about this work is that we ask ourselves the question all the time, what is the goal of the goal? And so the goals that they've presented to you here are not really the end measure. These are just the path to the end measure, right? So our end measure is always that empowered learning and really focused on student academic achievement, and then how they can translate that into their future. And if you look at all these data points, they don't directly relate to that, but they all lead to that when they have them in the path. So
I'd like to say just one more thing.
Absolutely.
I want to thank the board for your continued support, and also Dr. Gehring. It means a great deal to us.
Thank y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. All right, board members, we are now going to 6A2, discussion and consider adoption of the 2025-2026 Student Code of Conduct. Brian, you are up for this big agenda topic. Take it away when you're ready.
Thank you. So good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, board members. I don't think I'm going to break the 4-minute barrier with this presentation, but we'll see how it goes. I know. All right, so each year I'm here tonight to ask for adoption of the proposed changes to the 25-26 Student Code of Conduct. One more year. Each year this comes before you for adoption. In legislative years, it typically has more changes than not. This is no different with the 89th. There were significant changes to the Code of Conduct based on legislation that was approved. We get a model student code of conduct from TASB each year that came out on July 16th. And so when that came out, which is interpretation of the recently passed laws, they translate that into code of conduct language, which you will see throughout what I'm going to talk about this evening. You have 2 documents that were shared. One is the full code that is redlined. The additions are highlighted in yellow, underlined, and in red. The deletions are struck through in red. And this year was a little different because of the number of changes to the code. We actually decided to revamp and revive. We changed formats from a Word document to a Google form. We looked at readability as a whole. What I've put here before you doesn't reflect those changes in the code as far as formatting and all of that, but does reflect any changes to application. So any of the laws that changed, the language that changed, that is reflected here. Let's see if I got all of my stuff in there. All right, so I'm going to speak from the change document, which is the shorter document. And I don't have a clicker, but I think the wonderful folks at SCR. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So the change document, thanks. I haven't been here since the new one. Reflects on the left column, page number and the section that it's under where changes are. In the middle is the change, and on the right are where that change was driven from. So I'll go through each one of these, and feel free to ask questions as we go, or if you want to wait and ask questions at the end, you're welcome to do that as well. So I'll start on purpose on page 2 out of House Bill 6. TEA was challenged to put out a publication that we need to share with parents that highlighted all of the changes out of the 89th legislature session. So we added that to the code to reflect that we will be sharing that with parents once that is produced by TEA. On page 7, there was a change to the campus behavior coordinator. Historically, there could be campus behavior coordinators. So previously, all of our assistant principals were designated as campus behavior coordinators because they all engaged with behavior and response and support. New language out of House Bill 6 requires one single campus behavior coordinator with support from others that can still do the same work, but had to designate one. So out of that, we designated our high school associate principals, our middle school lead assistant principals, and our elementary assistant principals as the sole campus-based coordinator for them. They are in charge of ensuring that our threat-based assessment team is in place and also supporting Chapter 37 implementation, which is the discipline code out of TEC, out of the Texas Education Code.
I have a question. Are
Yes,
they getting any additional training?
Am I getting an additional?
Or the new campus?
CVCs,
Yeah.
So they all were CVCs. The specific roles that were designated this year were trained at our leadership conference and informed that
Thank
they
you.
are the new CVC and what their responsibilities were. Yes, ma'am. On page 14, under general misconduct, we added a whole section to that includes ISS. So House Bill 6 defined ISS, and I'll get into it. That section is in here later, but it wasn't its own section before, and because of the changes, we pulled it out and made it its own section for readability, understandability, to highlight those sections that changed, all of that. Also on page 14, this is the only one that was a result at the bottom of the page. Oh, I need to click, sorry. Yeah, so on the bottom one here, that's got an 8 in front of it, based on experiences actually coming here early and watching dismissals and going to campuses at dismissals and seeing the influx of e-bikes and e-scooters and all of the electric vehicles that exist now in our campuses and on our campuses, feedback from campus staff was we needed something in the code because it wasn't there before. So worked with some campus leaders and our emergency management team to draft not only language that was added in here to give the power of the code if we have repeated violations of those vehicles and those kinds of things, but also we created a safety guideline in conjunction with emergency management that we're sharing with our campuses around how to navigate those when kids ride them to and from school. So that is an addition there. Page 15 under mistreatment of others. Senate Bill 326, this is actually one of the few that wasn't driven by House Bill 6, but Senate Bill 326 added language that we are to review behaviors that students exhibit based on anti-Semitism. They also defined specifically the definition of anti-Semitism that we needed to add. That's on the last page that we'll get to, that shows that definition from the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. All right, page 17, possession of prohibited items. The Senate Bill 1596 changed the definition of short barrel weapons. They took it out of prohibited item or a prohibited weapon and moved it into its own category, so this is just reflective of that. 18, misuse of technology. Y'all looked up at me on that. Okay, so if you haven't heard, House Bill 1481 now has eliminated the use of personal communication devices on our campus from bell to bell on any school grounds. And so this language is based out of TASB that gives an overall sense of, in misuse of technology, students are prohibited from using personal communication devices. It defines that. It's in the last section. I can't keep up, sorry. On the last page, it defines what a personal communication device is based on House Bill 1481. And so this gives, again, power of the code of conduct if we get to a level of infraction and violation around use of personal electronic devices that allows us to install code of conduct responses into supporting students with understanding how to meet that expectation.
Go ahead, yeah.
You
Yeah,
want
go
it
ahead.
now? Okay.
Y'all, if you have your questions now, let's go ahead and do it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have like 52, but I'll try and keep it short.
Do your
Let me
question
get
and then
my
we'll
pen.
we'll pick and choose, but just go.
I spoke to you a little bit about this
Yes,
earlier.
ma'am.
There is no clear direction in this. Between this and the policy that was pulled off earlier, why is there no specific direction to students and families and campuses as opposed to every campus is just going to will interpret and figure it out on their own? I think we're too big of a system for that, and especially now that it's fine to let everybody do whatever they want to do when it's not a law.
Right.
And as this is now a legal requirement, why are we not requiring every campus to just do the same thing?
So, along with allowing this language now in the code to be responded to in the code of conduct, we have a personal communication protocol that we shared with all principals and staff that outlines very specifically what is prohibited and then gets into responses. So it has violations. Initially, we're warning and partnering with parents on students learning how to meet this expectation. Then it gets into confiscation, which is allowable based on the new law. So confiscation, then that goes to a parent on return. As that escalates through, we get into violation of code of conduct. Now, in our code of conduct, we don't have cell phone, or in our discipline codes, we don't have cell phone as a violation, but we have non-compliance, disruption of the learning environment, which if we get into code of conduct responses, that's where that'll fall. And so, as with anything, when we have something this is going to be fairly significant for some, when that happens, there's a learning curve that occurs. As with any content or anything else that we teach, we want to allow for opportunity for students and staff to support as students learn how to meet the expectation that's here. Prescriptive responses can sometimes lead to misinterpretation or not allowing for that student to do that. The expectation for all campuses is the same. They are not allowed to be used while on school grounds from the first bell to the last bell. That is consistent across all of our campuses. How we respond and support that at the campuses is going to vary depending on the learning curve that's needed and the culture that's already established in the campus. For example, we have several campuses that had already had a campus-wide expectation for in the classroom, no cell phones during instruction. We partnered with them when we looked at that response, and this was what they had come up with as the coalition of campuses that installed that to respond to supporting students in learning how to meet that expectation. And so that was where we originally framed it. We also want to be sure that we allow for discretion, because part of the code of conduct and discipline and behavior management includes intent, disciplinary history. We have to consider all of those things when we respond to behaviors. We want to be sure that we leave enough discretion and runway for our campuses, our kids, and our families to learn to meet this expectation and not exclude them from learning content using any kind of exclusionary practice or anything in response like that. Because Fundamentally, the intent of my interpretation of the intent of this is to eliminate distractions in the classroom and students fully engage in learning. I don't agree with excluding kids from the classroom because they're not participating in and not using the personal communication device. And so I don't want them to be excluded from the learning content. We want to work with them so they can meet that expectation, learn how to meet that expectation, partner with their parents on how to meet that expectation, take the device away completely if we need to, but I don't want to exclude them from their other instruction and their other content, unless it gets to a point of I'm being defiant, I'm just not complying with the expectation. We have interceded with you, we have involved your parents, we have worked on a plan, and you're still not meeting the expectation. Then we get into non-compliance, then we get in it's disruption of the learning environment. All of those engage the code of conduct to allow us to go further into that response. So the expectation is common for all. Bell to bell, it is not to be used during the school day. It's to be put away, out of sight, off. I'll reference one of your other questions about consistency on placement. And so again, we have some campuses that have implemented this that have already processes in their classrooms for how to put those away when they come in the room and those kind of things. If we said backpacks across the board, not every kid carries a backpack, so that might limit them. We included lockers. When I was in school, we all had a locker. Nowadays, they don't all have a locker, and they don't all request a locker. They can request one if they need one. But it needs to be out of sight, off during the school day from bell to bell, and that's consistent across all of our campuses.
And to add to what Brian had said, SCR had sent out a newsletter with this guidance, yeah. And as far as the policy committee is concerned, we have a model policy from TEA that we're gonna go through. I mean, the immediate thought was really just to, for us to just recite what the law said in our policy and then keep working on it. And so with feedback from board members today or after tonight, we will incorporate that into our next, into our revision of that policy. But the TA model policy gives us a big place to start from.
And I want to remind board members, we will be talking about the cell phone policy right after this, just so y'all know.
And that TEA model was today. I read it right before this meeting.
Policy had been waiting
I know,
for that,
right.
and I guess we helped them along by going ahead and giving a basic. I am curious. It looks like statute, according to the TEA guidance, and again, policy has to get into this, but there may be a requirement to add the discipline measures either to your policy or to the code of conduct. So I'm thinking ahead of if there's going to be a requirement and the district says, hey, we want to add this to our code of conduct, then because, TEA told us to put it in one place, is that something, or can we update our student code of conduct if more rules come out? Or now, once we adopt the student code of conduct, how do you bridge these rules as they're coming out and school's already started?
I'll speak to the first part about designating the response in policy. And the code of conduct, once adopted, has the power of policy. So this section is under misuse of technology. Within the code of conduct, our full gamut of behavior support and management techniques is in the whole document. So we can say that once this is adopted, we have specific responses available to us as to how we are going to do that. Now, as you get into policy committee and want to determine whether or not we want to be more precise in the language based on reading TEA's guidance today and potentially pairing those or marrying those where it's clearer, we may want to look at that, and we could come back with a revision if policy committee meets, decides their outcome, and it drives a change to the code. It would have to come back, but I can come back and we can pair those up, because I think it's important that they support each other. And so whatever that looks like, we need to be sure we do that. And typically I come once a year because they're not, we're not going to have an October TASB 126 update that drops, that interprets a lot of this a lot more in depth. And if policy drives revisions to the code of conduct at that point, I'm happy to, once policy is adopted or in conjunction, come back and show how that's reflected in the code if we need to update that.
Thank you. And I feel like policy is going to be a bit in uncharted waters because traditionally TASB makes models of what your local policy could look like, and then your board can talk about it, admin talks about it, y'all come, you vote, you move on.
Right.
But now there's like, it looks to be like there's going to be a significant number based upon what I'm looking at the TEA sheet of what they're going to pull out of model policies they're going to suggest as well. And so, I do believe the policy committee will look at the suggestions they have, but it's yet another touch point. And so it's going to be an interesting time in which we live. And I will say, even their measures, when they're talking about things, they use the word confiscation as well.
Correct.
So I know this is new to the community, and I don't think it's as clear as I would like. Like we said, the policy from TEA that they suggested just dropped today. So it is going to be a fun walk. Thank you very much for you and for all of our staff and for our community being patient as we kind of carefully walk through this.
Absolutely.
And then as families have questions as to what really constitutes a personal communications device. So for example, you have a personal laptop that a student is using, not the school issued one. But a lot of our personal laptops do receive text messages. So are they required to get a school laptop, or are they required to turn that feature off? I mean, that kind of feedback for them, or trying to even get ahead of it with like an FAQ.
So in that protocol we have an FAQ that accompanied that protocol that was distributed through the Compass. It was a link in there, then also distributed to our campuses. In there, it directly, when this came up, I included Jason Miller and his team in, because it references district issued devices. So we have a whole lot of students that bring their own technology and use that. And so they added language to the MLISD model that reflects the limitations. And so the limitations are they can't be telecommunication ready, SIM card, and that's defined. It's included in the FAQ. Can my kid still continue to bring your own device? Yes, as long as it meets these expectations. And those are telecommunication capable. They can't be. So they have a SIM card. And there are some, but it mainly gets into the Apple products, iPads, those kind of things. And we don't have a whole lot of students that use that type of device. So again, we have language in there. And I know Jason and his team are continuing to look at that and review the TA policy that came out today and as we move forward. But it was included in the FAQ specifically about bring your own technology is still permitted. So,
Kind of to go off of Sade's question with that, because part of the FAQ is my child allowed to message me from the computer? How are we going to prevent that? That might be a technology question, but how are we going to prevent kids from messaging or emailing, their parents or their kids or whoever they're sitting next to?
Well, my interpretation is for an email is permitted, and that was actually brought up and discussed as well. There are already an opportunity at some grade levels, and I'm not going to be able to capture this correctly, but some grade levels can email out to their parents and back and forth. That has always been the case. That does not violate this law. Email is still permitted. Messaging, on the other hand, is not. Now, how do we catch it's as we do with any behaviors that violate any of, is it a disruption? Is it evident? Does somebody see it? Are we monitored? Is the student engaged? It goes back to our basic classroom environment. And if a student is engaged, they might be messaging, but they're completely into the lesson, we're probably not going to catch that. We don't have technology to be able to completely eliminate and cut down shut down buildings for any of that either. But we do have a response in place where if we do find a disruption or a device is being used in that manner, we now, because it's in the code of conduct, because we have protocols and expectations, we can now respond in that. And that's, again, whatever level of disruption that is, we want to meet that where it is, partner with parents and students to help them meet that expectation, because sometimes I have a high schooler. Sometimes, as a parent, I don't necessarily abide by the no instructional time text message. So, it's a learning for all of us to figure out how to navigate this the best that we can, to rise to this expectation, because ultimately it is better for kids to be fully engaged in the content versus distracted by a cell phone and all the fun things that are on there.
Based on what you know right now, before we review all the stuff in the TEA.
Yes.
Suggested guidance.
Yes. Okay, all right. So, TASB recommended language. This one at the bottom there is also not legislative driven, but we have a increase in students using our artificial intelligence. And so they recommend that we add for academic dishonesty a code of conduct reference to that in case it becomes abusive or any of that. And we actually have guidelines for students and teachers on how to productively view. Our instructional technology team provides that for our kids and those kind of things. All right. Miscellaneous
One
offenses.
last question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. So
Yeah, you're good.
regarding AI, because yes, academic dishonesty is one way it can be used, but there are other ways.
For sure.
It might be maybe in the bullying section, or just are there other implementations that are covered, whether with existing language or not?
So there are two references to the AI. Unfortunately, it's on two different pages. So on 18 and 19, one references misuse of technology, which could get into AI being used for inappropriate things. The good news is if they don't have a cell phone, there's some limit to that now because it takes that away. But both the misuse of technology would allow us to be able to respond to those things outside of academic dishonesty, which is the top of the next page where it talks about the reference to academic dishonesty.
So at one point, policy was asking about AI and do we need like a actual like really thorough policy on this? We understand there was guidance being developed to kind of help students and teachers discuss what AI can be helpful or used as a tool and what you kind of should stay away from. Is that out there, or did that ever get finalized, or am I missing something?
So I can't speak to policy, but our instructional technology team has developed use for students, guidance for teachers. We have Magic School that is a approved support that we use in our classroom. It's written into our curriculum. So there are parts of that we have, I guess, embraced around AI and its advantages, and we want to definitely continue to do that. I have not seen any policy reference for AI, but
I guess I was looking for if there was guidance out there or a place to direct parents when they're asking about how does the school address AI.
we can get that
But
for sure.
Actually, we do have that,
We
and
do.
so I don't know if Jason or Chris, you want to come up?
no, it's just if y'all could just send it in a Friday memo,
we
that's
will.
fine. I mean, we've got a lot to do. It'd
I think
just
we've
be
shared it with you
helpful
before, but
And
we'll share
yeah,
it again.
it just in light of all of this, it would help to see it all together.
Okay, section 19, students with disabilities. So this language is in response to very specific behaviors that rise to the definition of bullying, cyberbullying, harassment, or making hit lists. And in that, if we are required to determine through ARD if that behavior needs to be supported through special education, or if prior to installing a exclusionary discipline or change of placement setting for students. So that was included in here. Good. Okay, I just checking. All right. So on page 21, digital management techniques, again, I shared that I added an ISS section, and that is that reference. Section 22, so this was revised by House Bill 6. This is about formal teacher removal, and it lessened the requirements around removing a teacher making a formal request for removal of a student due to behaviors. And those behaviors, 2 of those existed, number 1 and number 2 existed. They added number 3 there in that section. I'm not up here. Number 3 in that section around bullying. And then I want to highlight that previously it had to be documented behavior. So there had to be documentation that supported the behavior that was the reason for the formal removal. Now that documentation is not required, and it can be a single incident where a teacher requests removal for a student.
So this one, when HB 6 was having discussions, this was one of the ones that really caught a lot of our advocates' eyes. Because, we do know that if you look at the data, right, we have students in special education who are targeted, let's just say that. But we know they have their protections, but it's the students who haven't been identified, the students in an intervention plan. And so the concern was that, what are districts going to do to prepare our educators, to be able to be in a situation, right, where they're handling a child who doesn't have that behavior intervention plan. And one of the concerns is we would start seeing this whole proposal being, overused. Right. So what are we doing to help our classroom teachers with classroom management, but also giving them the support as far as behavior coaches? What is our plan in regards to that? Because that, to me, and I will stand by this and I'll say this, we're doing a lot of the work here. Our district is great. Our area superintendents are really great about supporting our principals, and our principals are great about supporting our teachers in the classroom. And it goes back to strong classroom management and, putting kids first. So I'm curious, are we doing anything extra and above so that way we don't, fall into a habit
Right.
that a lot of advocates were concerned about HB 6?
I can tell you what we've done up to this point. So when at leadership conference last week, when we had our levels with assistant principals, we reviewed this section. We reviewed most of this because this code of conduct lies, a lot with them. And we have seen an increase in requests over the past few years on the existing policy or existing process, and I've worked with campuses through that. My advice was I emphasized the importance of partnership and support. And so when I think about when a teacher gets to a point where they are wanting to exclude a student, I think about everything that led up to that and the importance of, one, being visible, being supportive, partnering, listening, understanding, checking in with teachers to understand where they are, hopefully to help deter getting to a point where a teacher feels like this is their out. And so that was the conversation that we had at leadership. Moving forward, we'll get you some plans on how we can continue to further partnering not only with our special education services, but our behavior support team and them as well. Okay.
Will we track data in terms of instances and which students are kind of impacted by this change?
Thank you, Nkosi, because I really, really, really would love this, because this district worked really hard to make some positive changes at HB 6. And I know the other 2 districts that we worked with are going to be monitoring as well. And I think it's just, we're doing great work here, but I would love if we could try to monitor it, just like we saw the data piece today. Sure. This was the concern about HB 6. It's going to target a certain population of students. I'm not saying it's going to happen here, but I would just love to monitor it, just so when we come back to get ready to advocate again, we can, what do I always say? Actions speak louder than words, and we have the proof what the impact of HB 6 was.
Well, the good news is the data up till now has been a very small set, so it was easy to track through support with that principal and that campus on how to process through supporting the student and the teacher on moving forward. But I will took note, and I will add that we will start an official tracking, and we can get some historical data too over the past few years. So thank you for that. All right, continuing in that same section on returning a student to the classroom, There were updates from House Bill 6. They added teachers' written consent. Written was the addition. Teachers' consent always was in the language, but they added the written piece. They also added about the commissioner developing a return to class plan and how that fits into going into supporting the student and the parent and the teacher if the placement review committee meets that return to class plan. The commissioner's supposed to develop that. We don't have that yet, but we're anticipating receiving that. Obviously, if we have that before we get this, anytime we have a situation like this, we're developing a plan to help support the student and the teacher and all of those things before we return a kid to any classroom, because we want that kid to be successful and we want that teacher to feel supported and be successful. The other addition in that section is they added a student appeal option, which wasn't there before. So if a teacher does formally request removal of a student, there's an appeal process on the back end of that was added to that section. All right, here is the big in-school suspension addition next, 23-24. And I'll just highlight some of this. Obviously, we've had in-school suspension and is used as a behavior support for kids for a long time. What they did differently was they took off the limit. So now there is no limit on the amount of days that a student can be assigned to ISS. It does require that after 10 days, there has to be a review of the student's progress in the general education curriculum. And also, they added language around if a student does receive special education services that that IEP and accommodations need to be continued to supplied for the student for success in ISS. You know, in reading this on its face, it sounds like there could be a big change to what we do. This is based on working with assistant principals and principals over the years. This is not going to potentially have a significant impact. Any placement in ISS that's more than 10 days, we will review in our office and support on how we can best support that student and those kind of things. Question?
I think it's, and this was the one where they reversed the 2017 law that now we can put kindergartens and first grades and second grades in ISS, correct? And
we could always do ISS. OSS was the change.
That was a change, right? Yeah. So we can now suspend kindergarten kids.
In certain, they added some additional. There were already some. So like significant, like bring a firearm. There were already some that were existing, and it's coming up here. It's on the next bottom of the next page, but or the following page on the screen. But yeah, they added some additional reasons that a student under grade 3 could be out of school suspended.
Again, I would love if we could just monitor that. There was a reason why
that
that law was in 2017. Like my kid in first grade was sent to out of school suspension. And so it's, exactly. And so, but to me, it says a bigger picture though, because we didn't have services. And so for me, it's just like, is there a gap? What are we doing? You know, suspending a kindergarten kid for, you know, not having services just angers me. But that, if we can, I know we monitor it, but I will be asking about that.
For sure. And on any exclusionary discipline, in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, all of that is TEA required to be, that's in all of that. And so we monitor that consistently. All right, 24, possession of vapes. So if you remember last session, which was 2 years ago, for those of you that were here, I came to you and said that they had added that as legislation, that any possession, use, sell, distribution, or giving of e-cigarettes or vapes or any of those things was an automatic DAEP placement. They have now changed that in House Bill 6. So they've broken into 2 caveats. One is possessed and used. So if an e-cigarette or a vape is possessed or used, that is now a required 10-day placement, and I'll show you where that shows up in just a minute. It's in this one. Yeah, sorry, it's right there in that one. So in this piece where it says, this is the first time that I've seen legislation mandate requirement for time, number of days. And so for possessed or used first offense, it is required for a 10-day placement. Now, we always can, within our code, look at intent, look at previous disciplinary history, all of those things to mitigate or determine what the best support is for the kid in these situations. And then Anna, here's the one we were just referring to on 24, out-of-school suspension. So they added that threatens the immediate health and safety of other students in classroom and documented conduct that results in repeated significant disruption of the classroom now can be out-of-school suspended for students below grade 3. Number 25, the parent involvement policy. This is probably going to be an update 126. So this language is recommended because we can now choose to implement a policy that allows for parent involvement in a disciplinary placement. So it outlines that if a student or parent, it's an agreement between student, parent, and school, that if a student and parent meets certain expectations, their behavior response can be lessened, so the number of days or those kind of things. We don't currently have that policy because we haven't seen the model yet, so right now we don't have it, so I put in here we don't have it. We are almost there, guys, sorry. Only like 5, 6, 7 more pages, I think. No, I'm just kidding. 3. All right. 27, all right. Sorry. I had a week to so I had to live this, so yeah. All right, 27, reasons for DAP placement, discretionary. I want to highlight in 20 and 21, there are 2 pieces in there where it says at the end of those, disruptive activities and disruption of classes. And so they added language for things like preventing kids from getting to class or causing a disturbance where it disrupts not only the school grounds, but also within the classroom for a possible placement. And then also here for a placement, they took out the possession and used and the 10 school days. That can also still be a placement if needed. 28, this is actually not a legislative, based on feedback from mental health professionals, they wanted to change the language for commit or attempt to commit suicide to die by. So I added that into the language.
I don't understand though. I mean, I'm confused by this because I'm thinking like it seems like we've made it where it's a stricter requirement in order to get a DAEP, and I'm wondering what do we know what the recommendation is by mental health professionals?
I don't.
Why?
TASB did not add any additional. I think it's the connotation and not necessarily the application. So in bullying, in the cyberbullying piece, this is where this lives, and it's part of actually can be, get into law enforcement and criminal if you encourage a student to, as previously stated, commit or attempt to commit. The language was referenced. I don't, but I can find out and get back to you from TASB to find out what the recommendation
I would be
was.
interested in just knowing
Yeah.
their reasoning behind this, because this is we've been to the conferences and the sessions where you have students talking about how this is an issue to stay concerned with, and I just want to make sure the language doesn't lessen any or have unintended consequences.
Yes, ma'am. All right, 29. So here is where they moved now e-cigarette and vapes to possessed, gave, or distributed. So that is still a mandatory placement. Possessed and used is a 10-day ISS placement. Gives, delivers is a DAP placement. On all those strike-throughs there on 20, I moved too far. On 29, that moved all of those offenses, what used to be a mandatory DAP placement, or could be, to mandatory expulsion. So that whole section, based on House Bill 6, moved to mandatory expulsion. All right, 31, again, House Bill 6 makes those mandatory expulsions. 33, they added prohibited weapon. 33 below that, number 4, is all of those changes that were now in mandatory expulsion, and that's on or off campus. They changed it to single significant event for emergency expulsions on 43. And then the last 2 are just the additions of the recommended definitions for anti-Semitism and personal communication device. And that concludes the changes to the 25-26 Student Code of Conduct. Questions?
Board members, questions?
I move that the board adopt the 2025-2026 Student Code of Conduct as presented.
A second.
A motion from Trish, a second from Francesca. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian. I know House Bill 6 was quite the implementation.
Involved.
That's all I'm going to
Yes,
say.
ma'am.
But I appreciate it though, because it's going to have a significant impact on school districts, and I am very proud of our district for being proactive and, doing everything that's right for our students. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, board members, we are not done yet. Brian, you need to stay. Remember, we moved the consent agenda item for F and C, local policy in regards to cell phone. We're going to ask our board attorney, Holly, to come up here, and also Sean, our district attorney, to come up here. All right, board members, I guess, to kick this off, we know policy committee put together just kind of correct me if I'm wrong, Trish, just very loosely guidance, right, from what we have, because TEA had not received until we got it, about 4:30 today? So can you go ahead and let the other board members who don't sit on this committee, just a quick 2-minute rundown of what that process looked like, and then we can open up the floor to board members to discussion. Does that work with y'all? Okay. Go,
So,
Trish.
policy committee did talk about adopting a policy because TA didn't have anything out. We wanted some type of board vision to correspond with the fact that we had our administrators already working on guidance and student code of conduct. As we looked at different languages out there, Holly Wardell brought us some language for suggestion. We tried to keep it boilerplate. We didn't want to get too much in the weeds because we knew there were a lot of pieces that were still coming out. And also deferring to administration. Again, usually the board habit is to not put too much into policy. That point of local policy, the way we usually approach it is to just be like directing that vision, getting those big pieces in place, and then administration goes from there. We did talk about several different things, and I'll let Sade kind of add the back end to this on some of those discussions. And that's why you see the policy that was brought before you. However, TEA did release guidance, and therefore, talking to Holly, it seems practical that what we want to do is we want to just pull this for right now, so we don't want to try to pass it tonight. Policy wants to go back now and look at what TEA has put out to see if there is anything else that is needed based on the TEA guidance. That means, therefore, this policy could come back to you and look exactly the same as tonight, or there could be changes based upon after further discussion. But what we would like to hear from you, given all the different pieces, is we get this opportunity to see if there's something you would like us to focus on or look at as we go back and look at the policy.
I would like you to look at what other districts are doing as far as consistency of implementation. Sorry, I keep saying that. I'm going to keep saying it. I would like to know how other districts are doing this, especially districts of this size.
Your mic, please. Oh, no.
How about now? Ooh. Scared by my own voice. I just wanted to note that the TEA guidance that did get dropped this afternoon, and Holly and I have been madly trying to tear through it, actually includes examples from other districts that they think is worthwhile looking at, and I think that that's something that we'll, as a committee, we'll take a look at that and see what makes sense and what's appropriate to provide that consistency that you're seeking.
I'll go then. Are you going to go?
No, I mean, sorry. Yeah, so I think just to add to what she said, it was pretty much just a recital of the law that we had there, and we're waiting for more information from admin, knowing that they were working on that SCR release, which was going to incorporate what some of the schools had already been doing, what works, what doesn't work, and And knowing that really was, I think the big issue was that it's from bell to bell. No passing periods, nothing. And so, we're just collecting that information from what other schools have done, what other districts have done. And we've also looked at the newsletters that have come out from, similar to what SER sent out to us, what other districts, nearby districts also have sent out, to see if we can get some input from those. So yeah, there's a lot of information out there for us to draw from.
I have a question in regards to that, Sade. I know we had campuses last year implement this, and I know other secondary schools were watching them and they're getting guidance from that. Are they getting any of that? Is policy committee getting any of that information? Like, I know, for example, Rouse, right, pushed it out, and I know that other principals are looking to their leads. So I'm just wondering, can we get, I don't know what that looks like for policy, but it sounds like they've, it's pretty smooth for what it was, I guess. And you've got other principals looking for that implementation that they did at that school. So I'm just wondering, policy committee can get that? Because, it's happening already in our system already.
I think, like Trish said, it's kind of a balance of how much to put in the policy versus how much to put in the code of conduct. And so we're trying to walk that.
Oh, yeah.
line.
So my question is, it was in the Q&A, and it's like, can my student record a presentation or take videos, photos, right? My main concern with this implementation in this rule is the effect that it's going to have on the classroom teachers. It is what it is. But in our facts, it says teachers will provide approved alternatives for projects requiring media. So how are teachers, like, who's providing teachers with this? Are we going to give extra funding? Like, what does that look like? I'm just asking, like, I'm thinking of my kid in yearbook right now and how much they use their phone for yearbook. Right? That's not going to be an option anymore. And so I'm trying to think, what are we doing to prepare those students in those specialized classrooms that do use technology? I just don't want the burden to fall on the staff member. That's my concern.
Definitely understand your sentiment, and we've thought about as much of that as we can. Unfortunately, it's going to be somewhat of a lived experience to know where the pain points hit and where we need to provide additional supports. We work closely with our campus administration who have already installed some of this, looking at how that implementation went. Happy to join policy committee to give that information. But there are unknowns out there that we don't know what the implications of this is going to look like, because while Rouse may have had during instruction, that was during instruction unless the teacher says, hey, use this for instruction. And so now we've got a different layer of not even during instruction, used for instruction. And so we've got to figure out where those pain points hit and how we can support those. So it's going to be a lived and learning experience. We'll have our ear to the ground and be ready, spotters ready to jump in when we need to. So.
No, I appreciate that. I know this is going to be messy, and it was, and done intentionally by design, right? And so I think, again, it is what it is, but my main concern is our classroom teachers. We're putting other hurdles in front of them, not we, the legislator. And so I'm just trying to make sure that, we're trying to set them up as best as we can without it impacting student learning.
Right. So. Yes, ma'am.
I just had a quick question on not so much exceptions, but to Anna's point, just to go a little bit farther with that, like, we have classes that, like, my kid learned how to make movies with his phone, and band uses an app to learn their drill. And there are no exceptions, from, if I understood correctly.
That's correct. Currently, there are no exceptions for instruction-based type things like you shared. It is off, put away, bell to bell. Outside band, for example, they do a lot of things outside of the class day, so at that point they can use those
Yeah,
things.
it's after school, they're fine,
Yeah,
but
but
if they're
during
taking
the class
sections
period,
outside during the class period,
correct.
there's nothing built in there to help, like Anna said, the specialized classes that might need that technology.
I thought that the reason for this, this law has to do with eliminating distractions. But with the example that she gave, that's not a distraction. That is the task.
I wholly agree with your sentiment, and I think that there's probably a lot of unintended consequences in this. I mean, I think the best thing to say is that we are receiving some information already about some of these areas where we're going to have to figure out, okay, how are we going to rethink how we do things, like marching band using the app for marching instructions. There are other examples out there that we're looking at right now, and I anticipate that we'll come across many more, and we could get halfway through this year and discover ones we didn't even consider. And so I think to Brian's point, it's going to be a bit of a lived experience, but we're trying hard to be available and to work those problems as we go from an operational standpoint. And in the meantime, we're going to try to come up with a policy that is loose tight, is what I call them, where it covers the gamut, but it's loose enough that we can find the flexibility to get the work done.
Okay, this is more, I guess. Sorry, did you want to go, Bruce? I just had a question in regards, I know students with disabilities or 504 who require a device. How are we communicating that to our community? Because some of these parents have already done their ARDs for the next year. Is that just going to be, each special program administrator at each campus is going to, roll that out to the students at that campus? My main concern is I don't want to find ourselves in a situation where, a parent is not aware of it. And also on top of that, we know how many ARDs our ARD facilitators are holding, and I can only imagine what this process looks like. So I'm just wondering, what does that communication plan look like?
So week before last, Uli Crane and I met with the special programs staff, the team leads, ARD facilitators. I can't remember who else was in there. There's a lot of different specialists, and we had that very conversation. Many of our IEPs, 504 documents, already actually address this when a student needs that as a specific accommodation or a part of specially designed instruction. But they're also going back and reviewing case files to make sure that there aren't ones that we missed, because for those, we will be going back to 504 committees and ARDs to make sure that we're explicitly addressing those in the IEP, so that we ensure that there's continuity of service for those kids, as well as making sure that we are legally actually applying a proper exemption that is allowed for under House Bill 1481.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if this really is a good place for policy. So I'd like to consider, is this something that policy needs to do, or do we need to do it somewhere else? Which is, I think we need to keep a record of really how is this policy legal? How's the legal policy working as well? Like, what type of implications does this have, so that as a board we know what the legal policy actually did, or what were the impacts, which can then be used to inform the legislative committee when they go back up to the Capitol. So there's this big circle. So I'm just not really sure how to do that well, but I think, boards are charged with advocating for their district, and when you have a legal policy, if it is negatively impacting the district, who's collecting this data? Because what I know our district is really good at is you are going to try, like the little engine that just won't stop here, you're going to try to make everything work, but then if tech's working on something, or our special education department's working on something else, or something else is happening in another area, where's the collection on the impacts really of what this legal change does?
So I just want to observe that we've encountered already many problems with the way that the state laid this out, the way that the legislature laid this out, and I just want to urge the policy committee to not fall into that same trap as you're making policy. So when I hear, that we want to be more prescriptive and say exactly what has to happen, I fear that then we repeat exactly what just happened at the state level, but now down at the district policy level. And I want to also say that we are not other districts. We are Leander ISD, and we have a very particular culture and way of operating in our district that relies a lot on autonomy at the campus level. And it's extremely successful because of the way that we have that set up. So I just want to urge the policy committee to consider those things as they do this work going forward.
I think as someone who, just to kind of piggyback what you said, Bruce, someone who always talking about consistency, again, monitoring, and my big thing is, you have one campus who's going to be like, oh, you saw your cell phone, right? My concern is just the discipline. If we have one campus over disciplining for cell phones, right, and another is just like, yeah, because let's be honest, lunchtime is going to be insane. I just don't, this whole thing just blows my mind. It just takes the, focus off of learning and what we need to do best for students. That was the attempt, but it's not going to happen. So if we could just monitor, like what you said, so we can have that information, because some of our representatives voted for this bill, and I want to be able to go back to them and be like, look at the mess you made. We need some help here. To other that, just to kind of put a pin in this, we don't need to go in this, but I feel like this is going down the road of devices not being able to bring your device. I know we're allowing it, but I feel like this is their end goal. I just want to make sure, I know we have a financial aid form for MLISD, but if Jason's department or whoever's in charge of that can look it over, because we know students who qualify as EcoDis, right? They automatically get it, but we talked about in this board meeting today, there's students who don't fill out that form. And those students, a lot of the time, that cell phone is their main device for learning. That's how they learn at home. And I just want to make sure that every student is going to have some access to a technology device. And, if they need that financial aid form, we're able to give it to them and not have to jump through a bunch of hoops. But that's just kind of a thought of mine. Policy committee, do you feel like you have what you need?
Yeah, I do want to go back to something Dr. Gehring said, because I think it's very important. That policy is capturing the vision, not going too far into the weeds here. Sean had said that kind of loose but focused. Dr. Gehring, do you have an idea of is there anything policy should be thinking about vision-wise as they work on this? Because it feels like there's more operational. I mean, again, I haven't dived into TEA, but it sure does feel like it's more operational than that usual vision system thought that boards contemplate. So do you have any thoughts or suggestions?
My thought is that you did great work the first go round, so I'm not sure how much tweaking you want to do to that. I certainly want you to look at the TEA example, but what you've just said makes sense to me, is that if we can keep the policy at a broad level and allow the procedure to drive how we manage that policy, I think that helps a lot. We know what the tight is. The tight is you don't have your device from bell to bell, and then from there we can manage it at the administrative level.
Just to comment what you said, Trish, I understand what you're saying, Dr. Gehring, right? We don't want to tie ourselves to a certain policy because we are a big district. But I do think when we look at some of these districts, right, their guidance is very clear. And I know we're waiting for TEA guidance, but what I'm looking for now after this is not only that policy, right, that's going to do what we're required to, but I'm looking for guidance from you and from your department and whoever else, really giving that clear expectation and guidance to all campuses. Because you and I both know it's going to be perceived in different campuses. And I think, at least from what I'm hearing from this board, right, is we want to see some of that consistency, but still give principals what they need. But they're going to need some solid, strong guidance on this topic.
Which I believe we have given them. I've reviewed that document myself, and I think we've already given them that very strong, clear guidance about what the expectation is and for how to manage it, with the ability to really engage in each and every individual case, which is what we're about and is important.
Okay, policy committee, go do the work. All right, board members, no other questions, good. Oh, we're not done yet though. Next, we're gonna go to 6B1, Business and Finance Monthly Reports with our Executive Director of Business, Gina Michke. Come on down, Gina.
Okay. Good evening, board members, President, Madam President, and Superintendent. I'm just sitting in tonight, and I think I am going to beat that 4-minute barrier. These are our standard reports that we have here, the bond project monthly report, the tax collection report, financial report, and the investment report. They're pretty standard. This is for May, so we're still closing the end of the year. That hasn't been completed yet, so we don't have that information. We'll have it in the next couple of months, at least closer to what we know it's going to be. But I'm here to answer questions, and then if I can't, I will write them down and I will get back to you.
Board members, any questions?
Yeah, I just want to put a pin in this, that's all. So I have no questions. You're doing great. Love the affirmation, the update, and I'll look into it. But this is an example. I'm looking at like the bond dollars, and high school 7 for design has new construction, has a significant amount of funding in it. And so this is what I'm talking about. I'm like, okay, what are we going to be doing? How do these things look? Is this intentional that this is set aside for high school 7? Is that what's supposed to happen? Or is the district now considering at this point taking it to the bond oversight committee? It's kind of these areas, and there's a few in here where I just have, and I don't want to try to delve in it tonight. You were asking like, what is the information you need? And so I'm just trying to get a bigger understanding of now, after we've gone through some of this process and we've gotten some board input, we've got long range committee input, we've got community input, kind of how we move forward in this environment.
Yeah, point well taken. Just to use that same example as an example response is that we're not quite ready to make that decision for high school 7 yet. So our initial goal, if you remember in long range planning, was to delay construction of facilities as long as possible. In the case of high schools, we wanted to really try to push high school 8 off altogether, which we determined pretty quickly that we could. Of course, there were no bond dollars tied to that one yet because it was too far out. But that then helps us as we go to bond in May of 2026, if that's what we decide to do, because high school 8 won't be on that docket, if that makes sense. So it's a cost avoidance, not necessarily a cost saving. In the case of high school 7, we're again trying to extend that out as far as possible with the potential hope that we might never need it, but we don't know that yet. It's going to take a little bit more time before we get to be certain about that, in which case we want to preserve those dollars in that project until we're certain that we won't need them anymore.
I think that's helpful to kind of hear that current thought process. And I think that's like some of what we're going to see in these bond dollars is we're waiting or we're seeing. There's others where you are moving. I just think that a discussion or more understanding on that may help. But again, that was just an example. I don't even know if this, again, I'm still noodling on all these pieces, but I just wanted to point out that's kind of what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and then to take that even one step further is to say, okay, so we may still need some relief at the high school level, but it may not come in the form of comprehensive high school 7. It may come in a different form as we evolve and have further long-range planning discussions. We will want to wait until that happens before we decide how to ask Bond Oversight Committee to reallocate those dollars, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and I agree, but sometimes it just feels like you're in a board meeting and all of a sudden something comes up and they're presenting on it and you're like, oh wait, I didn't know we were moving on those bond dollars yet. So,
Any other questions, board members? All right. Man, that was nice. Good job. All right, board members, it is 11:05 p.m. and the board will now go into closed session for the purpose permitted by Texas Government Code. Texas Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and/or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personal identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551072, deliberation regarding the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. Let's go. Oh, sorry. it is 11:37 p.m. and we are back in open session. Having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.